Blimey, Sheila. You only went and looked at a trio of angelfish. Ain't they just adorable? Oh, I'm over the bleeding moon. Now you proved yourself as an angel. I believe your story about being a builder. Just so happens that I've been looking for one of you. While you was away fishing, Gillian told me about a letter what you read before you came here. Well, guess what? The one who wrote it was me. I shoved in a bottle and checked in the sea. You must have stumbled across it when you were out on your adventures. Thing is, ever since we run away from home, Gillian ain't ever been the same. I thought that if I collected all the rarest fish in the sea, she might remember her happy-go-lucky old self. So have you figured out why I was searching for a builder yet? Ain't it obvious? I want you to build an aquarium so I can stick a load of fish in it. Sure. Tell you what, an aquarium means to me, it's a paradise full of colorful fish that'll soothe the souls of even the meanest miners of Crumbledoon's clammy caverns. Dude, I finished Crumbledoon already. When we was back home, Gillian was always waffling on about having an aquarium to call her own, but the children of Argon dashed her dreams to smithereens, the rotters. I know that her little face would just light up if you could build an amazing aquarium for her. It might even change her whole outlook on life. Well, what do you say? Will you do me a massive favor and build an aquarium? Yeah, sure. Get in, what a legend. Now get a cracking on that fish tank blueprint. Chop, chop. Gillian's aquarium and blueprint. Okay, softwood, connecting window, anemone. What's all this about? Are you making something? This is what a blueprint looks like, eh? It seems to me like you'll be able to find everything you need for this aquarium nearby and all. Uh-huh, yeah, sure. Okay. And then all I need now is the anemone? Yeah. Wonder where I'm gonna find that. Okay. This is a very tiny aquarium. Not bad, Sheila. You might have finished the blueprint, but we ain't done here yet, not by a long shot. Gilling's been nutty for fish ever since we was little. She loved swimming with them, keeping them as pets, even eating them. No one in the world loves fish as much as what she does. If you can make her happy with this aquarium, I'll be the most geezer you ever saw in your life. In fact, I'll even give you a special present that no top builder can do without. If a reward like that don't put you in the building mood, I don't know what will. Alright. You want me to pour water in this thing, right? Now we got a tank, next thing with water. Alright, thinking way ahead of you. You got a pot for carrying water, ain't you? Well, just stand above the fish tank and dump an old load in. Should fill up nicely. Lovely fresh water. Yep. And there we go. I don't know why you walked away, man. You saw I had this jug in my hand. Lovely jubbly. The tank's brimming with wet stuff now. I might have to get me one of them little pots. There's loads of different kinds of water out there. Seawater, hot water, muddy water. And each fish likes a different one. You'll want to remember this when you're choosing what fish to keep. If you try releasing a fish into the wrong type of water, won't nothing good happen. But enough of that. I'm more interested in why Gillian taught a builder like you how to fish. You'll wonder that too if you knew what she was like back in the day, I'd tell you. Truth is, that lass from a famous family was known for preaching for teaching of the children of Argon. I've said too much already. If Gillian catches me talking about her past, I'll be in for a right royal rollicking. Maybe another time. But I think you got more pressing matters at hand, don't you? There's just one thing left to do, and Gillian's aquarium will be done and dusted. What, put a fish in it? No, thanks. The last thing we gotta do is stick some fish in it. Ah, but you can fucking read your goddamn mind. That's what I'm talking about. Them angelfish look right at home in there. Gillian's gonna be chuffed to bits. I just know it ain't. I ain't forgotten about your special reward. But first, we gotta see how she reacts. Gillian, I'm gonna have a butcher's at this. Is that bluefin fish or something? Oh, blimey, this is what I think it is. An aquarium. It ain't half bad for a first attempt. It ain't exactly half good either. If you're trying to impress me, this just don't quite cut the mustard. Sorry. I'm gonna pick up those angelfish and leave then. I know you went to a lot of trouble to build that aquarium, but there's something important about missing a whopper showstopper of a fish. This is your one chance to show your true mastering. I want you to catch a fish that'll knock me socks off. A big fish? Well, I heard of a snow-covered island where the people are locked in never-ending combat. You might be able to catch a king salmon there. King salmon? That sounds like just the fish I'm looking for. Catch me one, will you? If only it was that simple. You see, the spot where you can catch the king salmon ain't easy to reach by any stretch, but if you need a hint, I might be able to help. Okay? Yeah? Now that I heard of the snowy island where the wars between we can remember, you should be able to sail there, providing you know where it is. Anyway, on this island, there's a place where an howling blizzard blows day and night, and right in the middle of the snowstorm is a river. That's where you catch your king salmon. If you're having trouble finding this river, keep an eye out for a bridge near a tower. If you jump off the bridge, you'll land slap bang in the river you want. All you need to do is remember to go to the snowy island. Yep, okay. I'm taking my angelfish back, since you guys don't seem to want them. And frankly, I don't think they'll be able to survive in this aquarium with to protect themselves enemy fish. Lying there to death by that thing. Alright, so there's the angler story. We've got that as far as it can go right now. I don't think they even gave me anything worthwhile for getting that far. these new plants I have aren't ready yet. I don't have any foods, just yeah. Um, this stuff ain't done growing. I don't want to be distracting from the story for too long. Just go straight there. Moonbrook! Yeah, same thing you always say when I go somewhere for the first time. You're about to sell for Moonbrook, aren't you? Sandy Grandy. What? Okay, that's a bit late. Well, you won't have to worry about being attacked by the children of Hargon. They had their wicked way with the place long ago. Perhaps you might meet the princess. Goodness knows what the hairy hermit meant when he said it was never-ending war. I'm sure that, at least I hope he is. Haha, worry not. Your island is in safe hands, and so is Lulu. I will take care of her as though she were my own daughter. Whatever, really are weird. I'd really rather you didn't. I don't want people to start. Yep. Same. By the way, are you alright? You looked a little peaky when that stone tablet started glowing earlier. What are you talking about? I'm fine. I made of certain stuff than you weaklings, that's for sure. Alright, be careful to you two. If things get dangerous, I want you both to come back here right away. I reckon you'll be just fine, but still, come back soon, eh? I can't wait to meet the new mate you bring back with you. All aboard for a trip abroad. See y'all. Let's set sail. Roar! Alright, time for our next 30 hours of gameplay. What do you think of this, Hargon? The world is once barren and bare, but now it hums with life. It may be nothing more than an illusion, ready to shatter any moment, but there are still things here that I believe in. Like the power of the humans and the power of creation. This is the island the Harry Hermit told us about, a forbidden place where no human dares set foot. I'll stay here and see to the ship. The crow's nest needs swabbing and the mizzen mast needs mizzening. When you want to head back to the Isle of Awakening, just say the word. Got it. Say, what's all that fluffy white stuff? It's snow. Oh, mighty Malroth, master of destruction! His voice changes every time. This isle abounds with death and devastation, the perfect place for you to realize your true potential! What about his kinetic energy? I await your awakening with bated breath. Why was your breath baited, dude? You shouldn't hold that shit in. You might suffocate. That voice again, who is it? What do they want? I don't know, man, but they're freaking annoying. By Jove! Hey, look, it's a blue-haired dude. What in the world do we have here, then? It's not normal for humans to pay a visit to these parts. If you're an ally of the monsters, I suggest you leave now before I drive you out by force. Judging by your vacant expression, it would seem you haven't the slyness for that manner of subterfuge. Perhaps you're not in the league with the enemy after all. But then what in the world brings you to a place like this? I just coughed snow into your face, or like steamy breath. Say, a builder, and you come here seeking willing warriors to help you fight the children of Hargon? A builder. Could the legends be true? Could you be the builder who will bring the balance back to Moonbrook? I don't know, man. Malroth is ready to cut your head off. Well met, my lady Warwick, captain of the Moonbrook Brigade of Guards, at your service. My good lady, I require your aid. Follow me, I prithee. Alright, cool. Let's do it. Come, we march now. Hey, this is more like a gentle run, dude. Do you not know the meaning of haste? Well, since you don't know the meaning of haste, neither do I. I'm gonna gather up cotton as I walk. Oh no, that's poisonous water. That's a kingly fellow right there. Warwick, my boy, you've returned with strangers in tow, no less. Don't tell me you managed to rally new recruits to our cause. Immediately draws his sword. Your Majesty, Lord Jerome. Glad news. This young lady is our long-awaited builder, the emissary of annihilation who will lead us to the victory on the battlefield. I guess you guys think I'm some murderous destruction thing, too. What? This is not some low japery, is it? You speak the truth? Japery. Do not be deceived, Your Majesty. Come now, are we to believe this dull-eyed simpleton will lead us to glory? Now, how much longer must we hide here like rats? I want nothing more than to take the fight to the end, but we are powerless to do so. Or what? Who's the emissary of annihilation? Who's the enemy that we're taking the fight to? Help! Ah, of course. Hold on, Anessa. Help is at hand. Someone buried, and you guys are just here having a conversation? Well, my girl, if you truly are a building, I have a favor to ask you. Nay, an official commandment from the King of Moonbrook. Mighty warrior you see stricken before you is Anessa, general of the Moonbrook Brigade of Guards. Oh, that's a person lying on the floor there. Alright. She faced a pestilential fiend in battle and now lies racked with poison. Oh, cool. If you are who you claim, you should have no difficulty in making a dose of antidotal herb and cure of this corruption, yes? Medicinal leaves, frog stools, all the stuff in the apothecary's pot can be found hereabouts. I pray that you prepare a dose of antidotal herb and deliver it to me. You guys don't even know how to do this much? How the fuck have you stayed alive? I need to find medicinal herbs real quick. Bunch of really tough monsters out that way. I've never been one to shy away from a fight, but we should probably help that woman before we go off looking for fun. Yeah, where the I'm trying to find these mushrooms too, dude. Oh, there's a... They're kind of up here. Cool. I'm gonna dig these up, because I'm probably gonna need them wherever the base ends up. Good gracious, a dose of antidotal herb. Then there's no doubt about it at all. You are a builder after all. Yeah. Does it really take a builder to make this? Oh, give it to me, I prithee. Yeah. Hand it over. 1,000 thanks, young builder. With this, Anessa will live to fight another day, and many more after that. Or, just one more day. You don't know, warriors die all the time. Thanks again, you're a kind soul and a brave one too, to think of the so brazenly creating with no fear of divine judgment from your unholy actions may incur. Such is the life of a builder, I suppose. My people are true followers of the children of Hargon. We can never dream of embarking on such a sinful course. Don't tell me you lot have fallen for that rubbish too. But if you're on the same side as the cult, then who exactly are you fighting against? Erg. Anessa, my dear girl, how good it is to see you well again. It's all thanks to you, Your Majesty. Had you not killed me with that antidotal herb, I fear I would have perished. But where in the world did you find it? I built it. I created it, motherfucker. Do you feel guilty yet? Your life was saved by the building creation, not destruction. It made the medicine. It seems I owe you my life, builder. When those accursed monsters tore down the castle walls and took up residence in the ruins, I thought our fight was over. I did not dare dream that a builder would soon appear, the emissary of annihilation sent to us by holy Hargon himself. Indeed, thanks to you, our fight is not over yet. But our position is still weak. We must reclaim our seat of power, the throne room of Moonbrook Castle. Come along then, Sheila. You and Malroth, follow me. We're going to storm the castle and give those usurpers a jolly good licking. Why are we going to lick them? I know you'd love to join us, Anessa, but I think it's best you stay here and recover your strength. I shall lead our 2 new recruits into battle. The monsters that claim the castle are no feeble foe. I suggest you make some medicinal herb from the medicinal shrubs growing nearby before we depart. I'm more interested in food. Come, Sheila, come, Malroth, let's go and give these rotters what for. Oh, cool. My infinite supply is here, too. Cool. Let me just make 10 of some things real quick. It just cures poison, doesn't actually heal. We'll make one of these. This is supposed to be your castle? It looks like a pile of old stones to me. Indeed, this was once a great fortress, but alas, the monsters have reduced it to ruins. What's eating you? Oh, you knew Moonbrook had been destroyed, but you thought it had already been rebuilt by the princess? Princess, where'd you get that idea? Lulu? Enough of the daydreams. We got some monsters to mash. Exactly one. It's the monster mash. Scree-hee-hee. Now that those pesky humans are no more, we get the whole place to ourselves. Hmm? A human? I thought we wiped you out already. Everyone over here, we've got some stragglers to finish off. I said finish off, but, you know, whatever. He actually had an SH in there, so, I think I did it correctly and the subtitles did it wrong. Fuck you. My castle! Yeah, poison's fine, I'll live. I yield, honestly, you humans are so stubborn. You may have beaten me, but our army's got the place surrounded. You'll never win this war. Keep fighting, just like the children of Hargon taught you. Let death and destruction reign here forevermore. Thus is Moonbrick's destiny. Huzzah! Moonbrick Castle is ours once more. 3 cheers for Sheila and Malroth. Hip hip. Alright. No offense, but I don't think taking control of the pile of rubber is really worth celebrating. As this may be, but I say, you too, where'd you get such dashed powerful weapons? Build them yourselves, did ya? I mean, you're wearing pretty decent armor, and you have a copper sword on your back, so those sinful skills of yours may come in useful indeed. Whose side are you on anyway? If you're with the children of Hargon and so are the monsters, then why are you fighting? Bravo, soldiers! You've banished our beastly brothers, and the castle is back in the hands of its rightful owner. Well, we owe you and Malroth a debt of gratitude. Our fight may yet rage forevermore, just as Hargon wills it. Permit me to explain. We of Moonbrick understand it is our duty, nay our destiny, to continue to fight just as the children of Hargon decree. You're fighting the children of Hargon because the children of Hargon told you to? Why would you believe that rubbish? Why would we not? As we find ourselves at the emissary of annihilation has come to deliver us, just as the prophecy said she would. And lo, a builder shall be sent to these shores to build vast and profane creations, that Hargon's most loyal children might tear these foul affronts asunder. No act better embodies his teachings than war. No sin is more cardinal than ending the fighting, whether in victory or defeat. It is our fate to fight forever and ever. But Anessa, with Sheila and Malroth on our side, we might be able to just win. We can escape this bally old fate. Are you serious? That you would defy the children's teachings? That's Zook's work. Never in all my years have I heard such poppycock. As Knights of Moonbrick, it is our sworn duty to keep the war raging, not end it. Man, you guys are really backward. Sheila, you said you were looking for fighters to join your cause, yes? Well, I know one end of a sword from the other. The second this war is over, I'll come with you. Don't worry, man, there's other wars. That's why I need your help to defeat the children of Hargon and end this war. Are you with me? Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to die in this blessed battle. With your aid, I dare say I shan't. Thank you for risking all to help us to win back the throne. But allow me to be blunt. Neither I nor Lord Jerome nor His Majesty have any intention of winning this war. We are and we remain faithful servants of destruction. That being said, there is little destruction we can wreak in our current sorry state. We do need your help. Our first priority is to rebuild the castle, so we need a defensive position to muster our forces and push back the enemy. The heart of the castle is a throne room. Take the section of castle wall and build a barricade across the opening. Don't forget, the wall must be at least 2 blocks high. Let the fortification begin. Impressive work. Our first fully fledged fortification is complete. You call this a fortification? Sheila can make 1,000,000 rooms like this with her eyes closed. You underestimate the strategic strength of a sound fortification. When constructed correctly, walls built from castle wall blocks are nigh unbreakable. The more we repair the castle with stout castle wall blocks, the more we shall be spared the monsters meddling, and the better we may prepare our counterattack. From this throne room, let us expand our fortifications and begin the fight back. Nessa and I trained together, but I could never match her when it came to strategy. If you're here to learn about battle, you could do a jolly good deal worse than to learn from her. She says she has no interest in winning this war, but just wait until she sees all the incredible creations only a builder can bring. She may change her tune yet. In any case, I must offer you thanks for fortifying the throne room. Here, my dear girl, a boon. Yeah, 3 leaves, thanks, King. I sense something. Shabby throne room. What makes this a shabby throne room?
Look at the throne. It's literally what's called the shabby throne.
Okay. I'm supposed to start the fight by talking to you, but you ran outside. I smell monsters. Yeah, let's kill monsters. It's hard as bone. If it was as hard as bone, I wouldn't be able to break you guys. The base integrity is already down at 98%, so something broke. No? Someone probably hit snow. Looks like the monsters around here have got a bit of backbone. This is my kind of place. Good show out there, and Sheila, your repairs protect His Majesty wonderfully well. Yeah, you were right about the monsters not being able to get through those walls. Guess you know what you're talking about. Indeed, while our fortifications may currently only enclose the throne room, we now have a safe base from which to expand our territory. Our next goal should be to gradually repair the rest of the ruined rooms with castle wall blocks and expand our sphere of influence. However, the monster's military might is unparalleled. The very best we can hope for is to hold their forces off and stave off defeat. I'll not stay in your way, nor Maros, but believe me when I say this is a war we can't... not a war we can win. So long as I live, I shall fight. This is what the children of Hargon have taught me, and this is my heartfelt conviction. Alright, cool. The children of Hargon have us completely surrounded. Breaking this siege will not be easy. They've got our backs to the wall, have they? It doesn't feel like it. Is the army really that strong? Well, why don't you go and have a look for yourself. It's about time we scouted out the enemy's positions. Very well. I'd like you to try to take these two and have a form a reconnaissance party. The mountain to the southeast should afford you a good view of their forces. We're gonna break the siege. We can barely get out of the castle. That mountain way the fuck over there? Yeah, go do recon from there. Never mind that we're supposed to be surrounded by creatures. Be sneaking about it. You wouldn't stand a chance in direct confrontation with their entire army. White as mice now. Okay. So this is a lookout, is it? Hey, look over there! Alright, let's jump down there and fight all of them, right now. That's the monster's army, the one that has you besieged? Scouty skeletons defeated by pesky humans? Rumors must be true, then Builder comes to island. Grrr, this is good news. This means war not over yet. More fun fighty times ahead. Kills his own guy. Break down their barricades, beat them black and blue, but let them live. Fun, fun, fighting forever and ever. Satisfied? The fiends are suffering. This is only their advance guard. MSM may have a point. Don't get me started on that whinging windbag. She can take her heartfelt conviction and stick it where the sun don't shine. What is a conviction, anyway? Well, whatever. We better get back to the castle. That troll seemed pretty keen to get the party started. Let's head back home to prepare for the party, so to speak. Yep. See you there, I can fly! Oh, you can fly too. You got a windbreak? You just have a windbreak, buddy? Fuck you. Also, with how much castle wall you guys had and how tough it's supposed to be, how the fuck did it get this fucked up? Came back from your little scouting expedition. As you've seen for yourself, the monsters have us completely blockaded. We can't simply walk out the front door whenever the fancy strikes us. At this stage, our best, I dare say our only course of action, is to gather what resources we can use them to fortify our position. And we must be swift. It would seem the fiends are preparing to sally against us forthwith. There is still much work to be done on the castle. At present, only the throne room is fortified. Let us begin there and expand outwards. First things first, I think it best that you move all the crafting stations you require into the throne room. What the devil? You intend to turn my royal reception into a grubby workroom? I fear we have no choice. We cannot effectively protect the builder if she works out in the open. Of all the rotten soap, be it do as you will. Now, Sheila, you should find a stone workbench, a forge, and an anvil and bonfire hereabouts. Be a sport and bring them all into the throne room, would you? Keep your wits about you out there. The monsters could strike at any moment. Hey, look, here they are. You two alright? Nope. They're hanging out on the furnace I need to grab. Never expect the monster to strike so soon. It's like that bally troll said, they're gonna keep attacking wave after wave forever and ever. Don't let them distract you from the task at hand. We'll hold them back. You grab the workstations. Find the stone workbench. Yep, I think I just need to grab those two things right there, and I'll be good. Oh yeah, they actually kind of hurt. Alright. Capital work, Sheila. Now that the crafting stations are secure, the rebuilding work can begin in earnest. Alas, the skeletons, I was surrounded. Yeah, they're actually coming into the door right now. With their watchful sockets ever fixed upon us, it may prove difficult to leave the castle grounds. Believe we must. We shall have to step outside at some point, if only to gather the many materials we need to rebuild our defenses. All we have here are ruins and rocks. The best approach may simply be to slip from the castle swiftly and stealthily, gather what resources we can, then hurry back before we're discovered. Alright, you focus on building and gathering materials, and I'll smash any monster that gets in your way. Gatherer and a hunter. It seems you two make a good team. Yeah, Nessa, we do. Allow me to join the team too. Malroth and I shall follow in your footsteps and keep the fiends at bay, so you can focus on the fortifications. Gadzooks. So you're gonna be. I have the most beastly hunger. You don't happen to have anything I could eat, do you? You know what they say about armies and what they march on? I may not do much marching, but it's high time I did some munching. We have a potato patch, but the bally thing is jolly well snowed over, and for the life of me, I can't remember which one of those piles it's under. Be a good sport and dig up a potato and roast it on that bonfire for me, would you? Goodness gracious me, is that a freshly baked potato in your pocket? That smells incredible. Hurry up, then hand it over. Aye, man. You should honestly start, because you're not helping at all. Absolutely delicious, soft and fluffy with a rich, earthy aroma. Very much like yourself. I speak to your softness, of course, not your musk, but do not blame yourself. Your whole generation is weak, not just you. Thanks. Many more soldiers in this survived the monster's assault, but they let their cowardice get the better of them. They fled the castle to save their skins. I've been fighting for 50 years now. It is all I know. So do not let me catch you trying to end this war. It's all too rare a thing to find one's meaning in life. I prithee, builder, do not take that away from me. Whatever, man. You'll have new meaning. But I forgive myself. You've done me a great service and must be justly rewarded. Pray take these with my thanks, and may they serve you well. Yay, 2 leaves. Can I stop working for these fucking paltry accommodations? I'd like to enlist your aid in a certain matter. We are all well wearied from the battle and require a place to rest. I ask you to build us each a bed and place them within the throne room's walls. Is it not enough that you make a workshop in my throne room? Now it's to serve as a barracks too? Please have patience for the moment. This is our one place of safety. Should we sleep out in the open, we may never wake up. Very well. Until the bedchambers are rebuilt, I shall endure it. So, you need wood? Guess what? I have infinite of those. Build us 6 simple beds and place them all safely within the throne room walls. Cool. This is why I wanted the infinite stuff. It helps me get these basic fucking objectives out of the way.
That's how I got through the one as quickly as I did. It still took a while, though. Because, I mean, you can't really expect it to be
Jo-
too fast.
Yep, jolly good. Now we now have enough beds for each and all of us to rest and recuperate after battle. And if any of us are as foolish enough to fall on the field, laying them down in bed will soon bring them back to their senses. We of the Moonbrook Brigade of Guards shall handle the fighting if you would be so good as to come to the aid of our wounded. At Zooks, first you turn the throne room into a workshop, now a barracks. Have you no respect for His Majesty? Oh my god. Just get your airs off. Stop putting on airs. Have you tried using the builder spell? Do you mean that bell over there? It's been there for as long as I can remember, but I haven't the foggiest what it's for. I ring it and you become powerful. Are you seriously saying that rusty old thing might have magical powers? Yeah, sure. Totally. So you say that when you strike that bell, people will be drawn to its sound from miles around and be inspired with the power of building. That sounds like just a ticket, but we cannot risk leading people into the maws of the monsters. We must fortify the immediate area first. In fact, perhaps it would be wise for you to draw up a plan for the fortifications before you begin. Couldn't I just start it here? Bell room blueprint. By Jove, is this one of your builder's blueprints? I've heard tales of such things. Well, this will certainly speed up the process. Now, no doubt you require a few more sections of castle wall to fully fortify the area. There's a pile over there that's no longer serving any purpose. Feel free to knock it all down and pick up the pieces. Isn't that part of your wall? How many blocks do you need to complete the blueprint? 6, was it? What's left of that wall should more than suffice. But what to do about the skeleton soldiers? That place is unprotected and the castle wall blocks are bally tough. It will take time to collect them. What we really need is another experienced soldier to help us protect you. What are you all looking at me for? You're an experienced soldier. 50 years, you said? And this is more incapable of protecting His Majesty on our own. Join us, Lord Jerome. You, Malroth, and I will stay with Sheila and ensure her safety. Now, you impertinent wretches, you would make an old man risk his life and limb to protect the builder and her blasphemous... We'd be much obliged. Prithee, Sheila, gather what pieces of castle wall you need and use them to build the blueprint. I'm just breaking apart parts of the castle and just putting up walls wherever. Preemptively.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just gonna build out these rooms.
Oh boy.
Because it looks like they're just doing a room by room thing, right?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna build room by room. And just let the objectives auto-complete.
But at some point they stopped doing room by room stuff.
Yeah, but I think they want me to at least reach the farm.
Maybe?
There's supposed to be definitely a door supposed to go here. Well done. The walls around the builder's bell are good as new. Our safety zone grows ever larger, and it's all thanks to me. You young whippersnappers should learn a thing or two from your elders and betters. Haha, wheeze. This is an excellent start. If we can keep up the momentum and reinforce the rest of the rooms, we may yet be able to take the fight to the enemy again. And as we return to the castle to its former glory, the civilians who fled and the soldiers who deserted might be just be inspired to return. Or desert further, I don't know, whichever one. I've tried ringing that builder's bell before, but no matter how I struck it, it would make no more than a dull thunk. Little did I suspect that only a fully fledged builder could ring it. Go on, give it a good thwack. I want to see what happens. Alright. We're under attack. I can't ring the bell right now. I'm going to craft another door while you guys take care of this. I should just craft 10 doors. It's safe within the walls. Don't forget they can walk on top of the walls. That's a lot of people that showed up.
Right?
What if Rick told? The mere sound of it has me feeling 50 years younger. It's incredible. I have the sudden urge to thought this peculiar bell might harbor such power. Castle wall and castle tower blocks and classical columns to boot. Why, it seems you have developed a taste for castle building. Well, it seems the appeal of that bell has drawn some of my loyal subjects back home. Loyal in quotes. Listen here, I haven't the foggiest with what a sinful spell you even score-sold those poor people with, but I certainly appreciate it. Okay, dude. Let me say, how about giving a hearty welcome to our newfound friends? Alright. We're at the bell and our hearts are filled with hope. Is Moonbrook's finally back in the fight? Well, I never, if it isn't Zara. Zara is a fellow member of the Moonbrook Brigade of Guards. In the castle fell, she led surviving townspeople to safety. As a deserter? The old place looks much more lively than last I saw it. Who's your new friend, Warwick? She doesn't seem like a military woman. This is Sheila. She's a builder. Don't you know she's helping us repair the castle? Builder? Heavens forfend. The master of destruction will surely strike us down for keeping such company. The monsters have been trying to hunt us down ever since we made a run for it, but Zara here kept us safe. Now it looks like our running days are over. You can say that again. I'm a big believer in the children's teaching as the next girl, but living in a castle's got to be better than dying in a cave, builder or no builder. Zara and the other evacuees moved back to the Moonbrook Castle. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, here they are. They're here. Can we move on? I'm frozen in time. The moment I heard that bell ring out, that's when I knew you are the one. The builder who will save Moonbrick from its futile fate. I know now what must be done. I must abandon the children of Hargon and become a builder like you. Orc, are you serious? God, Zooks, in a single slap of the Clinger's clapper, enough to make you renounce your faith? This bell will be the end of us, I tell you. As if these newcomers to the castle don't finish us off first. There may be an enemy spy on them. It's a traitor, a mole. You think one of them's a mole? Get your glasses checked. They're obviously all human. The resounding ring of that bell drew the veil from my eyes. I cannot stay in the children of Hargon one moment longer. No, your majesty, not you too. Do not make any rash decisions, I prithee. You're the fucking spy. I know not if we can defeat Hargon's hordes. They outnumber us by a truly horrendous margin. But now we have hope, and so long as a shred of hope remains, we must try. And this is where you come in, Sheila. Come speak with me, girl. We have much to discuss. Hear me, my subjects. I speak not just to Sheila, but to all citizens of Moonbrook. We're gonna win this war, right? For many long grueling years have we done a battle against the monsters, beastly brigades. It was our duty as faithful followers of the children of Hargon to keep the fires of war aflame. But no more. If the royal castle can be rebuilt, our army strengthened, then we may yet in this war and emerge victorious. For this, we of Moonbrick shall need your help, builder. This is my decree. Rebuild our battered, broken bastion, make Moonbrick Castle mighty once more. I would have you repair the ruined rooms and fortify the fortifications. At last but not least, rebuild the great gate that sally forth to face the fiends in the field. If we are to match these battle-hardened beasts, you must not only repair our ruined citadel, but build it bigger and better than ever before. So now it's going to fix out the castle. We get to bash the baddies blockading the place too. This one might actually be pretty fun. So far it's been all build this, build that, but now we get to smash some skulls. You can count me in. Well, Warwick, my boy, you are the finest swordsman in all Moonbrook. You will be responsible for Sheila's safety. See that no harm comes to her. He's already failed on that front multiple times. He's died, and I've gone down to like 4 health. And as you are my most cunning strategist, I leave it to you to guide Sheila in expanding our fortifications in the most efficient manner. Your wish is my command, but I feel I must voice my objections. I cannot abandon the children of Hargon's teaching. I cannot become a builder. Please do not command me to do so. Very well. Your hard-heartedness makes you a fine soldier. I would not wish you to soften your stance before you are ready. Hear me, my people. Whether you seek victory or merely to prolong the war, it is crucial that the castle be rebuilt. Though it may take all of our combined strength, we shall restore Moonbrook to its former glory. Huzzah for Moonbrook! I mean, can't we all just agree that we at least want to fight the enemy back? Prolonging a war doesn't necessarily mean being on the losing side. His Majesty speaks the truth. I am a hard-headed soldier at heart. I cannot renounce my faith any more than I could... I mean, you guys could prolong the war in the exact same way that your enemy is doing it, by killing them down to the last man, and then letting the last man live, and have him continue to try to fight you. His Majesty speaks the truth. I am a hard-headed soldier at heart. I cannot renounce my faith any more than I could defy my king's orders. It is the fate of every citizen of Moonbrook to fight until their dying breath. Any attempt to end this war is the most abominable heresy. Everything's always heartfelt conviction and abominable heresy with you, isn't it? How about taking that stick out of your backside and using it to beat up some baddies? I would that I could, but one has set one's heart in a certain course. It cannot be so easily changed. I will not renounce my religion, but I will aid you in rebuilding the castle. It's a necessary evil if we are to continue this war. But the enemy forces shall surely attempt to interfere with the reinforcement work. We must find a way to blunt their attacks. I have given the matter some thought and come to the conclusion that we need a few spike traps about the place. The monsters always attack from the east. You would be wise to lay the spike traps in the narrow corridor east of the bell chamber. 30 should do the trick. How about 100? Oh yeah, the game definitely expects you to have infinite iron and long.
What do you mean?
Because this stuff requires iron ingots and shit.
Yeah,
and it's not like there's a mine in this town.
There's iron all over the place.
What do you mean? I haven't picked up a single fucking drop.
Those piles of the armor and stuff, that's what you do.
Piles with the what?
Yeah, they're armor laying about.
That's not a lot.
But you can do it.
Place the traps, excellent work. Those spikes will take their terrible toll on the enemy even before they get to grips with our deadly soldiers. The more of them you place, the better. Warfare is not only about charging headlong into the enemy, it's about exploiting the weaknesses of your foes, in this case their own aggression. Our own soldiers are fleeter of foot than average fiend, but still fill these halls with spike traps, and the invaders shall draw closer to their doom with every step. This is a merciless war-torn land. You are a builder, not a soldier. One must use what skills one has to defend themselves. Yep, cool. As you well know, our number one priority is to rebuild our defenses and expand our territory. As such, I'd like you to join another room to our gradually growing castle. At present, our food source is woefully undefended. The potato patch to the south must be secured. I bid you to draw up a blueprint just as you did before, and reinforce the walls around it. I've already done that. See if this breaks the game. I need to place down 10 more castle walls on the outside portion. Let's see now. Oh, a good show. This design will give us lashings of space to work and train while securing a vital food source. It seems you'll need a few more castle wall blocks to complete the blueprint. That pile of rebels in the north should still serve you well, the one that I pointed out earlier. Lord Jerome and I would be more than happy to escort you. You need but concentrate on gathering what materials you require. But it seems you'll need many more blocks than last time. If only there was some way to speed up the collection process. Warhammer. A steel sledgehammer so heavy that only the strongest soldiers can hold it. You seem ever so pleased with yourself. What's tickled your fancy? I can make steel ingots. You think you've worked out how to make a warhammer, eh? And that will help you break those blocks faster? I dare say it's time to put the theory into practice. Build that warhammer of yours and use it to collect all the castle wall blocks you need to finish the blueprint. Over here's where the walls need to be. Yeah. What's this? Small scale soldier? Let me just make an infinite supply of soldiers and fake the enemy out real quick. Lol. This is my anvil. What's that? You made a big ass fucking hammer. I bet a thing like that could smash this whole place of smithereens in no time splash. Flat, go ahead and give it a swing. This is gonna be carnage. Yeah, okay, let me finish building. I gotta make a steel sword too. Where is Warwick? Here, you can use the iron sword because you actually helped me out. I need to break that broken piece and replace it. There we go. The potato patch blueprint! Jolly good show, Builder. You fully fortified our potato patch and the room around it, too, and if the rest of the repair work goes as smoothly as this, we may just be able to build up the military might we need to continue fighting for the foreseeable future. If you truly intend to face Hargon's forces in the battlefield, then there is something I think you should know. Truth is, I've had a strange feeling of late. Even when this place is at peace, it feels as if there was a monster in our midst, or perhaps someone working for them. You mean like a traitor the old man Jerome was talking about? Let's just talk of traitors. I'll admit, when Lord Jerome mentioned the idea, it rather piqued my interest too. Have you any inkling if there's truth to the tale? No, think about it. You have this super fortified castle, and the monster somehow broke your unbreakable walls. Nothing of note, no, forgive me. Now is the time to celebrate our freshly built fortifications, not to indulge in base rumor. I will say this, though. Be careful who you trust on the battlefield. Pay no heed to a warrior's words, only to his deeds. Yeah, and so far Jerome's a little bitch. This is not your world. Trust no one, not me, not even your closest friend. Oh, Malroth? Yeah, I don't trust him at all.
What? Why not?
Oh, because he's got red eyes that, I couldn't get, so obviously they're evil.
Oh.
Dash, good work protecting
Wow.
the potato patch. Our defensive perimeter grows ever larger, and it's all thanks to you. But we can't stay on the defensive forever. No, my girl, we must plan our attack, and for that we need a war room. Any war room with its salt needs a nice big map, and it must be spread out upon an emblematic table large with royal seal. Once you place that down in a room of your choosing, pop a pair of small-scale soldiers on top, and we'll be ready to start strategizing. And if you need help choosing a room, I suggest the area near the potato patch. I dare say that there's just the right amount of space. Well, I'll get to it. Every minute our base goes without a war room, another minute the monsters have advantage over us. Yeah, whatever. This is perfect. What a wonderful war room you've made. What's that? What do we need a war room for? Yeah, the Zooks, got Zooks again. For show, of course. It's for old men like me to hum and haw and stroke our beards and spend long hours deliberating nothing. Speaking of deliberations, tell me, what do you think is the most fearful thing about warfare? It's the suspicion, betrayal, the fear that you're the one that started the betrayal talk, man. You might as well be the spy. That is why I have such terror of traitors, and Hargons a lot are just the sort of duplicitous devils to plant spies in our midst in the hope of turning us against one another. They laugh at our suffering, our despair. Verily, the fall is far gone, evil incarnate. Of course, as a disciple of the children of Hargon, I don't believe a word of it. Oh, great and glorious Hargon, take pity on your humble serf. Yeah, whatever, man. Hello, it's Zara. Don't you suppose you remember me, do you? Yeah, you helped the people. You say you hardly know me, that I'm just another soldier who came running when you rang the bell. That's right, I'm so glad you remember me. Well, then allow me to ask you for a favor, one friend to another. First things first, it would be wonderful if you could equip our frontline soldiers with weapons made from iron. If you haven't enough iron to spare, I'm sure you could scavenge some from the bits of broken armor scattered around the ruins. I'll point out the 3 people I think would benefit from better weapons. Just forge the swords from the finest iron and hand them over. You just want iron broadswords? Here, I'll do you one better. I can make steel, you bitch. Oh, steel ain't good enough for you? I have to downgrade to iron? Alright, cool. I can give you some iron weapons. Oh man, look at this improved, better sword. Oh wait, maybe I just chose the wrong people. There we go. Absolutely sterling work. With weapons like these, now we'll really ready to rough up those rotten monsters. If you ever invent a new weapon, I highly recommend you make one for everyone and hand them out right away. To tell you the truth, there's another reason why I asked to make us some new weapons. It seems someone secretly switched Warwick and Inessa's weapons for blunted practice swords. I hesitate to say it out loud, but I think there may really be an enemy spy in the castle. It gives me shivers just thinking about it. No one switched out their weapons. I literally picked up their copper swords. I do so hate to distress my sworn comrades, but I for one will be sleeping with one eye open from now on. I suggest you do the same. Yeah, whatever, man. I never sleep. Technically. I think it's time we reinforce another quarter of the castle, don't you? However, the next area I have in mind will require a great deal more repairs, which means many more castle wall blocks. We're running rather low on defenses already. It would be really daft of us to tear down the walls we're using to build others elsewhere. My thoughts precisely, which is why Sheila here is going to mine some marble and make some more. If memory serves, there was a large seam of marble near the docks. Go there and bring back 30 pieces. Alright, near the docks. That's easy. Is the marble underground?
Yeah, no, it's on the surface.
Ah. I think I came in here the wrong direction. We got visitors. By Jove, the Blighters have the castle completely surrounded. Malroth and I will handle these skeletons. You concentrate and get in that marble. Keep your eyes peeled for bright white surface blocks with dark gray cracks. Snow is no substitute. God damn it. We leveled up as my hammer was striking the ground. Did I learn a new recipe for letting my hammer hit the fucking ground? Ah, battle axe. Good for him. Well done, I'm no expert, but I'd wager we can make plenty of castle wall with that much marble. Maybe even enough to build Moonbrick Castle back into a formidable fortress again. But we cannot rest on our laurels just yet. The news that the skeleton soldiers surround us on every side is troubling, very troubling indeed. The trolls' troops are but the vanguard of the monstrous forces. There stands behind them a much more powerful and larger army. Currently, our prime objective is to break free from the siege, but should we succeed in doing so, the battles to follow will be bitterer still. If you are truly resolved to defeat Hargon's army once and for all, I would urge you to appreciate just how monumental a task it will be. Yeah. Time grows short. Take the marble you collected and use it to make castle wall blocks with which to fortify our battered bastion. Suggest you start by laying out one of your famous blueprints. It's worked well so far. I see no need to change a winning strategy. Okay. Goodness, that was fast. And ambitious too. This latest design of yours has nigh on half the castle rebuilt. Yes, and with these specific new weapons you've equipped us with, we can give those skeletons a jolly good thrashing if they try to stop you completing it. Marathon and I will stay hot on your heels while you work so you can concentrate on the building and leave the combat in our capable hands. Best of luck. Mold that marble into a castle wall blocks, get this blueprint built. You may find that some sections of the walls have fared less well than others. These broken blocks aren't strong enough to be any use to us, so you'll have to destroy and replace them. Well, I believe that covers everything. I look forward to seeing this new blueprint of yours come to life. I'm going to go ahead and give Malroth his updated weapon. What?
You doing okay?
Huh?
You doing okay?
Yeah, just having to find these broken pieces of wall.
Oh. You know you don't have to look for them all.
Apparently I do, because I have to fix all of it. According to this blueprint. No one's helping
Oh.
me when I place enough.
You're doing one inside a blueprint, okay.
Huh?
I didn't realize you were doing what was inside the blueprint.
I'm also just kind of making rooms as I go, because I'm not walking out there while the frickin' bosses are attacking.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just building up my little areas.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, finish that. Pew, pew. I don't know how a too tall wall is gonna help, because they have been jumping over it on occasion.
Magic, my darling. Magic.
Incredible, you've done it again. Our fortifications are almost twice as expansive as before. I would say it's literally doubled in size. Almost? You can die. Now the entire area within these walls is ours to do with as we please. We can build ever finer facilities and draw even more soldiers to our cause. But I think His Majesty would appreciate if we started moving all those beds and workstations out of his throne room. I can scarce believe my eyes. You're walking on the spikes, King. Sheila, you beautiful builder, you have made Moonbrick Castle rise from the ruins. Indeed, all that remains is to rebuild the Great Eastern Gate, but this endeavor is not to be taken lightly. You hear that? The fiends approach. Alright, cool. They're gonna bang on the walls. I'm gonna go ahead and pick up my spikes. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Alright. Hey, Shirley, seems those bony bozos are getting ready for another big assault. They're all about breaking down barriers, and they've got their eyes on yours. If you haven't already, now would be a perfect time to lay out some of those devilish spike traps outside the eastern wall of the castle. I get the feeling it's going to be their biggest onslaught yet. What do you say? You ready to kick some serious coccyx? Hold on a second. You have a good point with those spike traps. I could just move them over here. I'm going to place them in front of the doors. Skeleton soldiers won't be able to penetrate the outer walls, so we shall meet them in the field to arms. Cool. And they bring in an explosive creeper. They just kind of hopped over our wall. You don't even need walls, just put down a whole bunch of fucking spikes. Jesus. The enemies just walk up to you and die.
Yep.
Don't come back. Not that we could keep them out if they did. Those spiky hair guys just jumped straight over the walls. Ah, the headhunters, fearsome warriors who bound in the battle over every barrier placed before them. If the fiends continue to send headhunters against us, our inner sanctum is safe no more. We must find some way to keep them at bay. Spikes. We must find a way to keep those headhunters from leaping over our walls, but how? Overhangs? If wisdom is what you seek, then you must first speak with your king. He might suggest you fortify the walls of the castle with magical traps that would fill the bill quite nicely, don't you think? And I'm sure it would be well within Sheila's capabilities. Magical traps, forgive me, but I do not believe Sheila has the necessary equipment to force such subtle devices. Too true, but hidden deep beneath the castle lies a secret storeroom with a wizard's workbench concealed within it. Break through the floorboards in the corner of the castle courtyard to find the staircase to the cell. You may need to clear away the settled snow first. Well, you heard him. Find the floorboards in the corner of the courtyard and bring back that wizard's workbench. Alright, cool. Sapphire. And a gold ingot. Cool. Found it. Now that we have the wizard's workbench, we may be able to find a way to repel those hateful headhunters. Ho ho ho! With that workbench, you'll be able to make all manner of magical contraptions and weapons too. Giving our soldiers a few enchanted swords, and those ghoulish gadabouts won't know what hit them. If you've had such a powerful artifact at hand this whole time, why would you keep it hidden away? Why else? It wouldn't do for something so powerful to fall into the hands of the enemy, and they have eyes and hands everywhere if you take my meaning. You're right to be cautious. But now that Sheila is here, she can use it to craft a devilish device that will strike fear and lightning into the hearts of our foes, the far-famed Zap Trap. Its construction will require some magic crystals, but I'm sure a social lady like you will be able to find them somewhere around here. This would make for an okay field, this courtyard. Oh, it's me, the royal guard who came running when you rang the bell, the one you don't really remember? I hear you want to build some zap traps, but need some magic crystals to do it. But luckily for you, I know exactly where those crystals might be found. I saw a stonking great lot of them on the cliff side to the north, on the other side of the mountain pass. Okay. I saw the monsters weren't guarding the pass too tightly. You could likely break through their blockade without too much trouble. That'll be so. Malwith and I shall escort you. We shall fight back any fiend that dares disturb you as you collect the crystals. I'll mine the fort while you guys do that. Aren't those guys part of Hargon's army? I thought Captain Forgettable said they didn't have this place guarded. Let's see if their forces have advanced somewhat since Sari rejoined us, but this paltry platoon's no match for us. Looks like you spoke too soon. They got us in a pincer attack. Yeah, we've fallen right into the trap. We have no choice but to fight our way out from Moonbrook. Some Hargonauts. Nice pincer attack, but you need a bit more brawn to back up your brains. It's a little unnerving that they would attempt such a tactic in the first place, almost as if they were toying with us. They would lead us into a false sense of security and then spring their trap. If the castle were to fall to such underhanded tactics, it would be most dispiriting indeed. Let's find the magic crystals post-haste. Seek out the purple outcroppings on the cliffside, bop them with a hammer, and knock them free. Okay. These smoking trees? Boop. Hey, wheat seeds, yay. Hey, this puzzle with the plants, how'd you solve that one?
Which plants was it?
Huh?
Uh, plants? Like with the little snowball things?
Yeah.
You just match them. The one
What do
with
you mean
all the
match
stuff.
them?
The one with all the stuff beside it, make it look like the one that has all the plants on it. Use your gloves.
Yeah, I don't... There's just one structure.
Hold on.
There's nothing for me to copy.
I said hold on, let me come look.
What? There's just this one structure. Where? Of what? Over here? Not a lot. Besides, you can't break this kind of stuff. Well, I mean, you can't break the important things. I mean, it was... Okay, so I picked some of these up, right? I put those things in the four corners. They lit up and gave me that blue, hey, that's the right thing to do thing. That's where that's supposed to go. That's where that goes. No, that's a different kind of light up. That belongs there. I'm trying to pick up the freaking other things. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I've had ghosts left and right coming after me too. Found the magic crystals? Why, that's absolutely smashing! Those Argonauts put up a frightfully good fight, but we pulled through in the end. Let's say you have quite the capacity for destruction. When the battle begins, you seem possessed by a monstrous enemy. It leads me to wonder whose side you're truly on. Look, lady, we won, didn't we? If I knew I was gonna get a dressing down afterwards, maybe I left you to fend for yourselves. Come along, this is no time for us. This is a time for celebration, not argument. Let's make the zap traps. Now that you have those crystals, you should think about building some zap traps, the finest of fine ideas. To craft zap traps, you must imbue classical columns with the sorcerer's strength of magic crystals and the luminous energy of sapphires using your wizard's worshipment. I had a few sapphires squirreled away in the secret storeroom. As for the classical columns, you may help yourself to those that once supported these hallowed halls. There's no time to lose. Craft them. Or I could just make some classical columns, couldn't I? No? Yes? Maybe? How do I not have any marble? Oh, I think I used all of it. Dirt. Oh, let me eat some food real quick. I'll get more marble. What? I got plenty of that now. This room's probably too big. Trying to get this classified as a room. What the fuck? Alright, this is an enormous room. Okay, so we gotta wait for that to build up anyway. Might as well try to work on making some different types of rooms here. Uh, I need a light source in here too. Easy can't place a torch on a wall. Oh, an inn sign. I don't think I can make an inn sign. No. Ah, interesting.
What's interesting? Hmm?
Our defenses are complete. Excellent work. These bounders cannot attack quickly enough. When they try to vault our walls, the zap traps will give them a jolly good shock. Sound positively electric. A sterling idea. Indeed, my boy. We need not stop at 6 placing any 2 traps along the same line. We'll summon a sorceress force field between them. Okay. Argon's hordes may harry us at every turn, but now we have another means to turn them back. Speaking of Hargon's hordes, do you hear that rumbling? Yeah, we're under attack again, aren't we? Literally everything I do is going to result in a fight, is it? I didn't have to go outside, everything just died that time. Steel shield. Ho ho ho! He had to teleport. The monsters are defeated. Well done, Chili, my girl. Well done. Alright, you're another Bonanza. Got it. What do you say to my zap traps? It is a rare trait to see a fiend fly face first into a wall of crackling lightning. This is the true power of magical weaponry. Such strength has run in the veins of the Moonbrook royal family for generations, while the zap trap is an invention of my own devising. You know magic? I do, though the children of Hargon forbade my family to use it for many a long year, but now, the builders among us, I can finally share my strength. To tell the truth, I had clean forgotten I could wield such powers. Had you not rung that bell, I fear the memories would have remained locked away forever. These magical weapons are all well and good, but at the end of the day, you need someone to go out there and get their hands dirty. Not everything can be solved by building, you know, not if we want to bring Hargon's pals once and for all. Be that as it may, these zap traps will keep us safe within the walls for now, and it's all thanks to Sheila. The castle's defenses are stronger than ever, with stout walls and magical barriers keeping the enemy at bay. Once the main gate is rebuilt, Moonbrick Castle will be all but impenetrable, but it is too laborious a task, even for a brilliant builder like you. Which is why you must ring the builder's bell again. If everyone is flooded with building spirit, we could all pitch in and have the gate finished in a jiffy. Morale tells me that those you have encountered on other islands have assisted you in your building work, and we of Moonbrick should not be outdone. Perhaps the bell's resounding peal will bring even more townsfolk to the castle, boosting not only our capacity for building, but for soldiering too. The way ahead is clear. Gather up all your strength as a builder and ring the builder's bell. Okay. Yeah, Zooks, what are you grinning about? How can you look so pleased with yourself when you're engaged in such sinful business as building? Speaking of building, I have a favor to ask. Do you remember the valuable advice I gave you before? That's right, now it marches on its stomach, and if we're going to feed our soldiers properly, we're going to need a proper cookhouse. Put a brick barbecue, a chest, and a well in the same room, and voila, the castle kitchen is complete. Sad tidings. It seems that things have been going missing again lately. One minute my precious pet potato was in my pocket, the next. What is that Dash Spy's doing? I just know it. That's not all. I thought the castle would be so much safer with those zap traps in place, but the monsters outside seem to have grown more vicious and violent than ever. Fiercer fighting means worse wounds, so we'll need a place to treat our soldiers' injuries. I was hoping you could make a medication station for us. Simply place a chair, a first aid kit, and crate together. Do you think you could do that for me? Yeah, that's pretty easy. That's like a toilet. If you haven't any glass, you can make some from the nearby sand. I'm sure there's plenty here, but you might need to clear away some snow to find it. Actually, I should be able to make my workshop downstairs. Down here is just fine. That's weird. Well, it did detect as a toilet there for a little bit, I guess. So it may have used it during that short time. Oh, it used the fireplaces that I had. Okay. Oh, I can make these now. By my rumble and tumble, the castle kitchen is just how I imagine it. With a comprehensive kitchen like this, the townspeople of Moonbrook can prepare no end of interesting meals and store them in a chest for later. You know, I sometimes wonder whence the hordes of monsters who assail our walls arise. No matter how many of the number we put down, the fiendish forces send another wave against us. Their strength seems inexhaustible. Now I have the walls to keep them at bay and forces to fight them back, but even so, I cannot help but feel anxious for the future. Only the taste of my favorite foodstuff has the power to calm my nerves. I trust this cookhouse will cure my cravings, lest they lead me to misadventure again. It's the medication station of my dreams. I can't believe you went to all that trouble for someone you can barely remember, but I'm really glad you did. Now when our soldiers are wounded in the field, they can come here, see to their injuries, catch their breath, and get back into the fight all the sooner. Of course, if a soldier should be knocked out while fighting the monsters, they won't be able to walk here by themselves. You'll have to carry them on a bed instead. But it isn't falling in the field that has me frightened right now. The more I think that there might be a spy among our ranks, the more worried I become. I thought losing my precious potato was bad enough, but now I hear rumors that a guardsman has been speaking with the monsters in the dead of night. I shan't tell you who I suspect, but I would warn you to stay well away from Lord Jerome. Goodness knows what he might be hiding behind that mustache. I'll uncover the treacherous traitor among us if it's the last thing I do. You should be careful, too. Alright, whatever, man. You know, ever since the king mentioned magical weaponry, I've been quite unable to think about anything else. If we can build magical defenses to protect us from the monsters, we may be able to draw this war out indefinitely. Did you know this castle was once home to a wise old man with wondrous workshop? He was knowledgeable in all things magical. Now that we have that wizard's workbench, perhaps we should unlock the secrets of these mystical powers and develop new weapons of our own. Which brings me to my request. Our castle needs a room in which we can research the possibilities of magical weaponry, a wizard's workshop, if you will. If you would be so kind as to place the wizard's workbench in a room and add a crystal ball, a comfy cushion, and light an incense burner, that would be perfect. What better way to welcome our new kitchen in the world than with a bit of gourmet cooking? I like you to prepare a pot of soldier stew. It's a hearty broth that warms the bones and steals the heart. It's easy to prepare. Just put a potato, some meat, and a drop of water together on our new brick barbecue and let it simmer. You'll find clean water at the potato patch. Scoop some up with that bottomless pot of yours and pour it into the barbecue, then add the other ingredients. If you should find yourself short on meat, those horrid hurtling headhunters often carry a slice or two. I'm sure you can handle it from there. Let me know when the soldier stew is ready so that I can do the most important part. Eat. Alright, dude. I recognize that smell anywhere. That's a well-prepared soldier stew. What are you waiting for? Won't you feed an old man before he fades away forever? Yeah, sure. What a feast. Just the thing to warm one up amid all this blasted snow. It isn't called a soldier stew for naught, you know. Not only will it warm your cockles, but it'll heal your wounds and fill you with vim and vigor, too. It's the fighting man's friend. By the way, do you remember what I mentioned before about the spy? You do believe me, don't you? Not this stuff about spies again. I have tuned the conversation out. Are you trying to tell us you're the spy, or are you just confused? Want me to pull your whiskers to find out? No, what we need is Ra's mirror. It's a legendary artifact set to show the true form of all it reflects. With that, I had the faintest idea where the poly thing might be. Okay. Oh, we can ring the bell. The Royal Guards learn a spell. Kabuff. That looks like a lot of fighters. I feel as if my capacity for construction has grown to a whole new level. Indeed, it's as if we've become true builders. Show us a blueprint and we shall build like Billy-O. Not only that, but the sound of the bell has drawn even more of our former fellows in arms who escaped the castle as well. I've seen that some of our number have learned how to cast Kabuff, a spell that boosts defense. This is sure to prove invaluable in the field. To not injure the wondrous powers of the Builder's Bell, and we have Sheila to thank for ringing it. Come, Sheila, you must welcome our new arrivals to the castle. Yep, got it. Alright, jeez. We heard the most mysterious sound, made our way to its source. Imagine our surprise to find the castle rebuilt and ready for war. Ready, willing, and able, every one of us, and we have our new builder, Sheila, to thank for it. Builder, what self-respecting member of the Children of Hargon would join forces with such a sinful creature? And yet, I do see the lot. Geez, you guys have a lot of swords. I'm gonna have to build a lot of swords. I do see the logic in it. Before this builder came, the war was as good as lost, and should the war come to an end, so too will the glory of destruction. As faithful servants of both His Majesty and the Children, we swear to fight for Moonbrook until the bitter end. You have our swords. 7 more stalwart soldiers move into Moonbrook Castle. I need to make 7 swords. Cool. Six. Thank you for ringing the Builder's Bell once more. Thanks to you, our fighting forces grow ever stronger. Such a craving for construction wells up inside of me. I have no choice. I must renounce my faith in the children who come builder, or I shall surely burst. As shall I. If you should require my aid, you need but say the word. Oi! If I'm not mistaken, you're one of our new arrivals. How may we be of assistance? I want to help. I ain't much of an ideas man, but let me know what you want to build, and I do my darndest to get it made. Well said. Let us all make builders of ourselves and take the fight to the fiendish forces. But, Your Majesty, the teaching of the children of Harron not state the buildings are abominations, will the heavens not punish us for silence whining? Well, forget about the heavens. If you don't become builders right now, I'll punish you myself. Yes, whatever you say. That's settled then. You have only to lay down a blueprint and place materials in a chest, and we shall aid you in making your vision a reality. The fight back against Hargon's forces begins here. First things first, we must break the siege. Okay, Wizard's Workshop is made. Not bad at all. Now that we have that Wizard's Workshop, the townspeople will be able to aid you in constructing the castle defenses. Our plan proceeds apace. By the way, how long have you known Malroth? As General of the Moonbrook Brigade of Guards, I've seen my fair share of fires over the years, but never one as strong as him. However, success on the battlefield requires more than raw strength. A soldier without discipline is danger to his fellow fighters. Malroth is a fine warrior, I warrant, but I fear his recklessness could get us all killed. I trust you will do all in your power to restrain his darker impulses. Yeah, man. Whatever. Positions! Enemy fighters incoming! Alright, there goes all my steel swords, so we're good there. Looks like the monsters are planning another big attack. Alright, let's kill them. It's the monster mash. What? Yeah. Oh, they just throw fireballs at us? Oh, they're throwing fireballs at us. Another couple of hundred bite the dust. They put up a pretty good fight, though. You're amazing. The way you belted those bastards, the beast, was absolutely breathtaking. No, be your squire, I prithee. You hear that? Looks like I've got an admirer. Look, I don't really need a squire, but if you want to follow me around and try to pick up my moves, that's your business. Speaking of moves, what manner of monster were those fireball-slinging sorcerers? Shaman, I feared the enemy might send them against us. Neither our walls nor our traps can defend against their spells. I mean, just make taller walls. There's only one thing for it. We must repair the great gate and keep them out of the castle altogether. Speaking of repairs, that last battle took quite the toll on our poor castle. But fear not, now that we have sworn our allegiance to the creation's cause, we'll have everything built back up before you can blink. Nothing even took damage as far as I could tell. Now that the enemy has the power to launch magical fire over our walls, we can delay the rebuilding of the Great Gate no longer. The main gate of Moonbrook Castle was an imposing structure that not only protected us against enemy assault, but bristled with arms to attack our assailants as they approached. With this in mind, I ask you to draw the design for the new Great Gate, one that will serve us both in attack and defense. You want ballista, don't you? I can't even use a bow yet, and my character's like, oh, I know how to make a ballista? I haven't even thought about putting sticks and string together yet to make a bow. But this, I could think of this.
Yeah, you never get a bow, dear. That's just how it goes.
Yep, there's ballista on it. I fucking knew it. Castle wall, buttress, whatever. By Jove. What a splendid blueprint. The design wall represents the glory of Moonbrook. Not only do the walls seem nigh on impenetrable, but I see you plan to put in a battery of ballistas to drive back an invading army. By golly, this gate is absolutely enormous. It would take forever to build it by yourself. It's time for the people of Moonbrook to show the true spirit. If you would be so good as to provide the materials, we shall help make your vision a reality. Pardon? On previous projects of this scale, the townsfolk would help by gathering the necessary materials for you? Dreadfully sorry, but I can't help you there. Quite the opposite. In fact, as I say, we would be most obliged if you could gather the materials yourself. Simply fill a nearby chest with castle wall blocks and other materials the blueprint calls for, and we shall begin. Don't forget that you make more castle wall blocks out of marble. It seems that we'll need an awful lot of them, 800 at least. It's difficult to keep track of everything that goes into such an enormous blueprint, but when you go to craft your station, I'm sure you'll remember what you need to build. Once you've built all the ballistas and portcullis and whatnot, just pop them in the chest and pop them in place. It's up to you. Just remember that we cannot help you if we cannot access the materials. Should you wish for us to share in the work, you must share the wealth. When the Great Gate is rebuilt, Moonbrook's long-awaited revival will be at hand. I will not build, but I can still fight. I will do all I can to keep you safe, but I leave the gate's construction in your hands. Alright, it's time for me to pop down a chest. Alright, get started, you blokes. I just threw castle wall in there. Here's some of that and that, too. Luckily, I already had all the materials I needed. Because I ran across a bunch of marble at one point. I don't think having ballista on the ground is a great idea, but you know, whatever. 'Cause I'm just walking out here. I could just walk straight up and jump over this ballista or into it. Okay. Oh, I need to make a couple portcullis. I like that every single place we've gone to, the concept of a roof just got less and less in people's heads. Like, when you went to Furrowfield, there were barns, and they
Yeah.
had slanted roofs.
Yeah.
Here in the Castle Kingdom, what's a roof?
You're not wrong. Oh, God.
It's like even the developers realized that placing roofs and making slanted tops was really frickin' hard.
Yeah. I'm glad somebody realized that. There's been so many games that are just like, yeah, you gotta do this. And it's like, but it's not easy.
No, it's especially annoying in this game, though.
True.
Because, you know, I make slanted houses in Minecraft all the time because it's just really easy, but, like, how slowly you actually place blocks in this game kind of affects it.
True.
They're using the fucking ballista. Lol. Oh, they're just filing into the ballista hole. This is funny.
Yep.
I'm just watching this dude wreck them. The monsters keep attacking while they're building, and they just fucking destroy them.
Yep.
Even after this thing's done, I'm gonna be putting the little zappy zaps on top of it, just in case the fucking dudes can crawl over it. And I'm putting spikes in front of all the ballistas.
That sounds like a good idea, actually. I know they wanted. God, how many spikes did they tell you to put up?
30 at the beginning. I picked those up because they aren't doing anything anymore. And
Yeah.
then I made 300 more.
You did the same thing I did. I went totally overboard with the spikes because they're really good.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm doing is I'm putting a 3x4 in front of each of the ballista.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not going into the actual ballista area, it's just the snow in front.
Yeah.
A lot of these spikes are going to be coming back with me. Like, see, I'm already done laying down my traps. I'd probably put it in front of the gates, too, but the enemies should be able to break the gates down. Alright, the gate's almost done. We're at 93%. 95. Yeah, that's great and all, but we still have, like, entire other walls that need fixing. Don't we still need to fix the north, south, and west walls? Yeah, no, this one's not all the way down to the ground, so it's technically still good. But that north side is still completely unprotected. And then west side... Yeah, west side's got a hole in it. That's how I got in. With them fools.
Well, you don't have to worry about that hole, ironically.
So north and west seem to be the only real problems. I think I may have placed these too far apart, maybe.
Hmm. Bless you.
It's your turn to roleplay, by the way.
Oh, right. Hold on. I am in the middle of a very important thing.
Ho ho ho, this is a gate to suit the finest castle, and Moonbrook Castle is the finest of castles indeed. It's also the only castle I've ever seen. So this is the true power of creation. Never thought I'd say it, but I'm folly glad you taught us all to be builders like you, Sheila. Our fortifications are complete. Moonbrook Castle stands strong once more. Our formidable main gate will not only thwart the shaman and their bolts of fire, but shall present an effective obstacle to any other foe. And the spike traps and zap traps you built will make short work of any intruders who make it past the first line of defense. Of course, if you think they would serve us better elsewhere, I shall defer to your building expertise. You've done well. As a token of my thanks, I shall offer you your choice of any item from the royal treasury. We have no treasury. We have no treasure. We barely have enough food to feed our citizens. How right you are. It seems that the revival of my castle must be its own reward. Ho ho ho. Yeah, dude, totally. I totally benefit from that. Allow me to offer you my own thanks. The gate is a masterpiece. What wondrous things can we achieve by the power of building? I admire your ability. And yet I cannot forsake my faith. The children of Hargon say that building is a sin, and my conviction is unshakable. We'll soon see about that. If you don't stop going on about your conviction, I'll give you a proper shake. Peace. I cannot become a builder, but I will do everything in my power to battle Hargon's forces. Please be safe in knowledge that I will not stand in your way. Meanwhile, we shall all be safe behind this great gate you have built for us. At long last, we fight from a position of strength. Let's make good use of these fortifications and tackle the enemy on our own terms. Now the gate building's done and dusted, let's get out there and teach that mob of monsters a lesson. Oh, come on, don't tell me the captain convictions convince you to hide in the castle and wait for them to attack. Alright, then how about we hurry things along a bit? Are you ready for a fight if I go out there and pick one? Yeah, sure. Great, I need to see it my way. Your gate's great and all, but building only takes you so far. Sometimes you gotta start bashing instead. What are you thinking? Your rashness endangers us all. You can't just start a battle whenever you're ready, well, feel like it. I can and I will, so shut up. I'm gonna put an end to this precious war of yours once and for all. I mean, I really don't think we're gonna end a war just by taking the territory around the castle back. Hold on, Malroth, I'm starving. Also, when you walk, you break snow. Good for you. Let's see if we can get that troll really riled up. Huh?
You do too.
I don't.
Yeah?
If we can get their leader to chase us, the rest of them are sure to follow. What do you mean, what's the plan? Watch and learn. Oi, fatso. Who you, Moonbrook soldiers? You look like the stupidest one here. I guess that makes you the leader of this rabble. Or maybe it's the fattest, stinkiest monster who gets to be leader. Oh wait, that's still you. So you, stupid. You got that right. I never seen anyone as stupid as you in all my life. This is the part where we start walking away now, right? Kill them all, kill them all. That's the trick. Let's get back to the castle. And then they break the walls. You see, look on that troll's face? Well, we'll get a closer look soon enough. There you are. Ness has been worried sick about, the whole world coming to attack us. What in the world's going on? Looks like our guests have finally arrived. Just gonna stand here. Confident in my defenses. I'm gonna check in on the farm. Supervisor of the siege. Let's battle in now. I smash your castle to itsy bitsy bits. Alright, I'm confident you guys have this. I only showed up for the co-op to Gross and then I walked away. Because none of you have been cooking food. Hey, they're dead. That troll and his army weren't so tough after all. We smashed the siege. This attack was your doing, wasn't it? I wanted you not to act alone. Cares we won, didn't we? Just true that going the enemy army and attacking was a reckless act, but we did win. After so many years of suffering, I hardly dared dream we would ever break the siege. Until this moment, I was in two minds as to whether renouncing the children of Hargon and joining the builder was truly the correct course. And no more, the resounding successes assuaged my every doubt. We are not slaves to the cycle of destruction. We can win this war. Come, we have work to do. Indeed we do. Why, the castle took rather a beating. Yeah, repair. You don't need to dedicate 3 paragraphs to let's repair the castle.
Well, why not?
As king and ruler of the proud land, I have decided upon a new and exciting commandment for my subjects to follow, to defeat Hargon's army. Alas, I fear it will take much more than our recent victory to convince my many soldiers and subjects that our endeavor is not a hopeless one. What we need is a symbol to inspire the people, something to stand at the heart of our castle and rally them to the cause, and I want you to build it. I discovered this unusual item among the troll's possessions. Perhaps you can make something of it? Enchanted Ember. You have your orders. Build me a symbol of hope and place it below the great gate, that all comers might know Moonbrook's glory. Beacon of Erdrick, a burning bright flame said to have been lit by the hero of legend. These guys are like, oh, I'm famished. There's literally a farm right there. There's a chest full of food with which to cook right there. And there's an empty kitchen right there. Cook your own damn food. These are worthless. All we know how to do is shoot ballistas at the enemies that you built. Can I make frying pans? I cannot. I can make an agriculture. No, I can't make sacks of wheat. I can make a simple kitchen. I think that'll force them to make things. Let's go ahead and start that. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be here. I'd rather not guess it'll be a short time. 3 bonfires. I don't have enough oil! Okay. Oh, they're cooking searing steaks. Alright, you guys. If you're really gonna be this worthless, I'm not even gonna give you meat to cook with. I'll take the meat. You guys can make potatoes. Egad! Sterling work. If this doesn't light a fire on my people's bellies, nothing will. Come, citizens of Moobrick, and gaze upon Erdrick's beacon. It's making the snow go away. Hey, some people like snow, damn it, Erdrick. Goodness gracious me, all the snow inside the castle has melted away. I feel warmer already. Indeed, so long as the beacon burns, nary a flake of that which once piled high in our streets and froze our feet shall ever darken our door again. Not only that, but I feel somehow stronger. Why, I feel as if I could take on the world. Monsters may be strong, but so are we. If they dare to attack again, we shall give them a right royal thrashing. We shall fight and we shall win. Well said. Let's break free from Moonbrook's fate and bring this war to an end. That's the spirit. Come, my loyal subjects, let us gird up our loins and defeat Hargon's army once and for all. Well done, your creation has inspired my people. The battle to oust Hargon's hordes from this fair isle begins here. However, it would seem there is something missing from the beacon of Erdrick. It shall not be complete until it bears the mark of Moonbrook. Alas, this precious heirloom, the sacred symbol of my legendary line, was stolen by the monsters many moons ago. The force that the troll was leading was nothing more than their vanguard. Many more fiendish foes stand between us and victory. One day, when we have laid the Major General low and affixed the mark to the beacon, true peace shall return to this land at last. Until that day comes, let us wage war against these monsters with all our might and reclaim what is rightfully ours from Moonbrook. Might as well name yourselves Mournhold at this point. Well, now that that's decided, I think we've all earned a good long rest. To bed. This war begins in earnest on the morrow. Or for those too excited to sleep, I shall be holding a lecture on the complete genealogy of Moonbrook's nobility and peerage. Any takers? No? Imagine being forced to fight forever in a war you're not allowed to win. No wonder this island was off limits to anyone sensible. Meanwhile, that idiot Nessa stuck around to keep fighting the losing battle, all because of her so-called convictions. What's that? If she wasn't convinced it was the right thing to do, she would have given up long ago? Why have you always got to take everyone else's side? I thought we were friends. Whatever, I can't get my head around it personally, but if you say you understand what she's talking about, I believe you. All I know is I'm up for this fight. There's a fire burning inside me, something more powerful than ever before. I could really feel it in that last battle. Hey, do you remember what I said when you, me, and Lulu were at our little dinner party? Yeah, to beat the fuck out of you if you go out of veils? Yeah, I remember it. I go to see such fine young friends enjoying each other's company. You two have something about you, you know, something quite different from my other subjects. When you rang the builder's bell, my mind was filled with wisdom, knowledge, memories, some good, some bad. I suspect that your time on this island may... See, like, one action in this game is longer than a Yakuza plot chapter. I suspect that your time on this island may reveal to you the dark secret of the heart of this world, a secret I dare not reveal to my loyalist subjects. There's a deep, dark secret here? But you won't tell us anything about it. What do you think you're playing at, you big, bearded, brainless buffoon? Bearded? Bearded? I am the king of Moonbury. How dare you speak to me like that? You do have a beard, though. Huh? Sounds like someone's in trouble. What in the tarnation? That's a soldier from Moonahan. The monsters attack Moonahan has fallen. They're coming. They're too strong. You must find a way to stop. Explosion.
Excuse me.
What's the meaning of this? I'll try you shooting that thing. You could have kaboomed my tail off. I said you should let me handle it. Well, whatever. It's my turn now. Hello, humans. The Hair Force are here, and we're gonna make mincemeat out of the lot of you. Eek, eek, eek. You really must put up more of a fight than the men of Moonahan. My Air Force could have knocked them all down with a feather, and we did. Don't let that silly monkey finish you all off. We expect to get our fair share of fun out of you, too. Squawk, squawk, squawk. Wait, leave some alive for my Scare Force, won't you? What good is killing them if we can't scare them out of their skins first? Let's finish off Moonahan, then come back and let Moonbrook ablaze. Coming for you, Builder. Prepare to face the wrath of Hargon's heroes. Who are those guys? What the heck's going on? I've heard rumors of this unholy trinity, but I never thought that they would move against us so soon. Move against us? They moved away already. Should have finished us off when they had the chance. The only reason Moonbrook still stands is the quench of the fiend's thirst for destruction. Those good-for-nothing brutes mean to toy with us. I told you, did I not? No act better rotten bodies. Hargon's teachings in war. The monsters would not fight to win any more than they would lie down and accept defeat. Oh, shut up. If they're not going to attack us, then I'm bloody well going to. Almighty Malroth, Master of Destruction!
Oh god.
I have some unskippable dialogue for you.
Yeah, I
You know what
hated
you
it.
must do. The time for creation is past. 5 more hours later, I'll say my next line.
I hated how you had to sit through that. Like, there was no way to skip it.
Now is the time for destruction. Even your builder friend knows this to be true. I've always been about destroy. I have to destroy to build. You don't get this. I have to break rocks to place them somewhere else. Do not hold back. Drink of my power and open your eyes. I am Emperor Callus. Drink of me and you shall grow fat with strength. What's gotten into you? Are you alright? Yeah, he's just gonna kill all of you real quick. Should be more worried about this Mudahan place. Lies to the northeast, but it's dead. Alright, you stay here. I'm gonna go teach those monsters a lesson. Blyfool's gonna get them all killed. What's all this shouting? Dire news. This very moment, Malroth and several of our soldiers are in hand to go kill things. Oh no. What the devil does that Malroth chap think he's playing at? He may be strong, but he's no match for Hargon's heroes. Alas, I cannot risk sending reinforcements after him. Our defenses are stretched far too thinly as it stands. Well, you'll go after him by yourself? Yeah, dude, I have the best armor and weapons available. I'll come as well, won't you, Warwick? Yes, certainly. Very well, Anessa, Warwick, you shall go with Sela to seek out Malroth and the others and bring them safely back to Moonbrook. Gotta speed you. Alright. There's no response, it's just a corpse. It's a Yeti. Hold up a second. Isn't this where I got a fish? Carp. This isn't the place, though. What are you doing here? I told you to wait back at the castle. They're all dead. Yeah, I killed them. These soldiers came here of their own free will. They came to fight and they died fighting. If only their efforts were not so feeble, perhaps they would have survived. It was their pathetic weaknesses that doomed them. Oh, you cowardly. How dare you speak of the dead that way? There's no time for reclamations unless the enemy approaches. Ah, yes, we are digging away at the snow. Proud number. For every foe we strike down, 2 more step up to take their place. There's too many of them. We haven't had a chance. Human energy levels depleted. Commence capture procedure. Prepare to execute execution protocol. Huh? Up, up, up. Slurp. Commander Cogsworth, sir. News from the front. There's an enormous Gooman army on the way. They're going to attack. Does not compute. There's no slime to explain. You've got to retreat and regroup. I'll finish off these Goomans. They're about to give up the ghost anyway. The goose. Strategy calculation confirmed. Retreat, retreat. That Yeti paused for a moment. Hey, we were fine. We had that. That was a clues one. Don't worry, you're safe now. I'll see you the next slime. Three good soldiers died on your account. They may not share your martial prowess, but you... What does it matter who's to blame? They were my friends. Are they truly gone, never to return? Yep. Why? Cease your wailing. There is no goddess here. They will not be coming back. Death is the end. There is not beyond it, but infinite nothingness. It's a fearful thing indeed. Dude, you guys were literally children of Hargon, and then you just think, oh, no other religions exist, huh? Man. You know there's other religions. What's that? Who's there? A nun. Came from inside the chapel. Come, let us investigate. Yo, I would not set foot in such a profane place. Hey, Malroth, what if I dragged you in there? Would you just burn to death? Instantaneously?
I didn't really think about it until later on, but you know, he called the place profane, but the chapel isn't for the children of Hargon.
Exactly.
Yeah. I didn't think about it until later, and I was like, oh, that was a good indicator. So I built apartments, I built a farm. What should I build next?
Eek! Sister Esther, is that you? How good to see you safe and well. Thank goodness, General Inessa. Honestly, you gave me such a start. The gentleman over there told me to hide in the coffin. I'm ever so grateful he did. Thanks to his advice, I survived that ghastly battle. You mean Malroth? He was leading a troop of soldiers. Are they safe too? It sounded like a dreadfully fierce fight out there. How many souls were lost while I cowered in that coffin? What a wretched, craven worm I am. They saved my life, and it's only right that I do something for them in return. Alright, cool. I have so many questions, but first I must lead these poor fallen warriors to rest. With that, I had the skills to do so. Jeez, you can't even do this much? You say you're a builder. Heavens be praised. We stand in a long-forsaken land. No matter how many prayers we offer for the souls of the fallen, they will never be returned to us, but they can be remembered. There's a graveyard behind the church. Would you ever be ever so kind as to help me lay these soldiers to rest over there? First, we must prepare the coffins to house their mortal remains. I'd be ever so grateful if you could build 3 and place them in the empty plots. Coffin is considered flamboyant decoration? Okay. Flamboyant ambience? Dude, I just have coffins up in my house. How flamboyant of me. That one's pink, that one's purple, that one's blue. I'm ever so flamboyant with
Oh,
my
goodness.
coffins in my house. These coffins will do nicely. Next, you must lay our brave fallen soldiers to rest in the coffins. Oh, I have to actually pick them up and drag them. Huh.
I need to make a bigger dining room.
Berry. I think you get the option to take them out of the coffins after you put them in the coffins.
Let's not say we did.
Thank you. I pray that those poor soldiers can now find peace that was long denied them.
House.
Oh, this is too much. This is too much. Their souls rest easy now. I bid you do the same. Dash it all. I bid you bury them with earth or snow, that their slumber should remain undisturbed. You know, snow is extremely easy to disturb. How about I do this with castle wall?
Oh. Oh.
How about chalk?
Jeez.
Just gonna do chalk.
Okay. Anyway. What was I doing? Right.
Our fallen friends can truly rest in peace now. Yeah, no one but me can break that chalk. There's no end to your talents. You can even make graves. Yeah. The work's not done yet. I would ask you to build 3 gravestones and place them over each grave. I already forgot where the corpses are. And you might remember their sacrifice always. Someone say Harry McDowell forgets where his friends are buried. Sorry, I placed that one wrong, so I had to break it and then put it again. Hopefully you guys don't notice the cracks. It's done, finally! Our fallen comrades are at rest. Thank you once again, kind Sheila. Yeah, Tula kind. If you would all join me in saying a prayer for the departed souls. Malross still hasn't... Oh, he's right there. Okay, I don't even join the prayer. That's funny. Now they're at peace, may they sleep soundly forevermore, freed from the brutality of this savage world. Speaking of savages, the monsters who attacked us were undoubtedly the servants of Hargon's heroes. Now that Munahan has fallen, they will turn their attentions to the castle. They combined forces of 3 great generals. If they were to launch an all-out assault, Moonbrook would surely fall. Come, everyone, if you are finished with all this sentimental nonsense, let us return to the castle. Sentimental nonsense? What purpose do these monuments serve you, or me, or any other being still breathing? There's no sense to them. They are nonsense. Monster. Oh, Mouth, whatever has come over you. I thought you were such a kind and gentle young man. I don't know what I'm saying. Ignore me. It's high time we return to the castle. His Majesty must know what happened here. Let me come with you. I don't think I could bear to be left here all alone after everything that's happened. Okay. I'm going to pick up this bonfire here. Since we're abandoning this place, I'm going to take this with me. I'm going to take your braziers too. This is a nice place. I'm going to take all that with me too. Alright, cool. Moving on. That was Munahan? The church? That was it? Okay. Ah, Sheila, how good to see you back, safe and sound. What's the news of Monahan? Moonahan, it's dead. I see, all gone. All three of my royal guards, too. They died as heroes. I shall offer my own prayers for the repose of their souls. If you'd be so kind as to bury the body of their brave messenger, too, it'd be greatly appreciated. It would seem that Hargon's forces are every bit as strong as I feared. But I have made a solemn oath to restore peace to my kingdom, and I stand by that pledge. So long as we work together, victory may yet be ours. Thank you ever such for leading me here safely. I was so excited to see Anessa in work that I never introduced myself properly. I'm Esther, and long have I served as sister of Moonahan. This castle feels somewhat different to my hometown. There's a sort of warmth about the place. Is this the result of all the things you've built? When you told me you were a builder, I thought you might be playing me for a fool. I've never been so pleased to learn I was so wrong. I never fell for the children of Hargon's trickery. I have my dear grandfather to thank for that. He was a wise and insightful man. I believe in the power of creation. I shall become a builder like you and do everything I can to help the suffering souls of this fair land. Esther joined Sheila's team. Yeah. 3-hour waiting game as this song plays. Alright. It's clear to me now what we must do, Sheila. I must lead my people in a battle and defeat the monstrous forces. We will not be slaves to our so-called fate. But from what my advisors tell me about their military might, we must overthrow not one but 3 great armies. The Air Force, led by the brutal Batman Drill, the Air Force, led by a cruel cosmic chimera, and the Scare Force, led by an atrocious archdemon. The fiends call themselves Hargon's heroes, though the only thing heroic about them is their strength. Kind of like Sheila's Heavenly Knights and Hell Knights. Sheila, hey Sheila. I'm sorry about before. I don't know what was wrong with me, but don't worry, I'm feeling much better now. In fact, I feel great. Whoever these Hargon's heroes are, we're gonna smash them into the dirt. I just know it. That's the spirit. If even half of Moonbrook's soldiers have your stoutness of heart, our victory is all but assured. This is a proclamation from your king! The path that we of Moonbrook must walk lies before us. My first commandment is this: the Hare Force must be defeated. Shaggy of fur and fire of temperament, the carnivorous beasts that comprise this army are well suited to our island's harsh climate. We'll need more than swords and soldierly spirit to overcome such a mighty foe. The Air Force must be defeated. As okay. Just things cut out there for a second. But with you, a builder at our side, we may yet find some marvelous magical mechanism with which to lay the fiends low. Hargon's heroes will not be easily defeated. We will need powerful magical weapons and plenty of them. The zap traps are a good start, but we need more, much more. Indeed, as such, Anessa, I would like you to work together with Sheila to develop some such devices. Hargon's heroes, they are frightful foes. Indeed, we must all work together if we are to have any chance to defeat them. Easier said than done. When one so-called allies are not all playing for the same side. What are you talking about, the spy again? Some of our recent fortifications have been damaged and from the inside. If that's not proof that there's an enemy in our ranks, I don't know what it is. Where's the damage at? It is me under attack from without and from within. We must all keep our wits about us if we are emerged from this fight alive. Show me the proof of damage. Indeed, we must brave the blackest night if we are ever to see the dawn. Here, take this phial of Yggdrasil dew. You may need it. Speak with me again. Oh, you mean like the deity? Yggdrasil? We're going with the tree of life again? Speak with me again should you require more. Alright, everyone, let's show those Bali monsters what we can do. For Moonbrook, huzzah! It would seem the monsters are as keen to prove their strength as we are. Unless my senses see me, Hargon's army is closing in fast. Alright. Immediately. Let's engage. Sorry about what happened in Moonhound. Something just came over me. I wasn't myself. Fit as a fiddle now. Let's go kill some people. It'll make me feel better. Time to Jack be nimble their asses. Oh, someone else is banning it now. You guys are cooking loaves of bread. You picked the wheat? Oh, I'm so proud of you. Oh, no, that's not happening. Okay, so they are cooking now. Just not using it to its full potential. Can I make something using wheat and potato? I like that there's a fight going on. I'm just like, can I cook something? Oh, it's just spaghetti. Oh, they broke one of the portcullis. Oh, they broke the ballista. Oh, he broke some of the traps. Alright, this guy actually does damage. Gonna eat some stir fry so I can kick your ass. Malros about to die. Oh, hey, the nun heals us. Jeez. What does it take to make a fire blade? Wasn't easy, but we held our ground. Dash powerful beasts, weren't they? Yep, let's repair the wall. So the Hero Force strike the first blow. What manner of magical weapon might aid us in driving him back? Well, their monkey is so flame. But I do know that it's only a matter of time before the fiends return in force. We should take this opportunity to extend our defenses outwards this time. Outwards? That might be just the ticket. We could have Hargon's army harried and haggard before they even reach our gates. I leave the final decision to you. We need some sort of gauntlet beyond the city walls filled with spikes and snares that I'm not even going to bother with it, man. I'll do the bare minimum in that regard. Oh, and be sure to leave some space for the magical weapon we're yet to invent. Oh boy. Anti-hero force. Question mark. I need 72 of a question mark and 16 of a question mark. What in the world? This is precisely what I had in mind. Excellent work. I presume those question marks are where you're planning to place whatever wonderful new magical defenses you come up with. Speaking of which, I've given the topic some thought. As I see it, we need to target our enemy's weaknesses, and I think I might have an idea how to discover theirs. Well, while you two are busy dallying in the dark arts, we can make a start on erecting the walls you've outlined in your blueprint. Don't forget to make sure we're fully stocked with the wall blocks first, just to put some in the chest, and we'll get to work right away. If you need marble, yeah. Targeting his weaknesses. I wonder what that might be. I don't know, but I have an idea how we might find out. One of the Hero Force's warships is moored not too far from here, at the docks of the southeast. A warship? That sounds brilliant. It's about time we had a change of scenery. Staring at the castle walls all day is driving me mad. Were we to sneak aboard this vessel, who knows what secrets we might uncover. I suggest the three of us head there immediately. Okay. I shall stay here with Warwick. Someone has to oversee the construction work and keep His Majesty safe. Good luck with your mission. I hope you find a secret crippling weakness that'll have the Hero Force begging to surrender. I'm going to build stuff first and put it in the chest. Steel broadsword, rock bomb shard. Okay, I need to find me some rock bombs. Okay. Let's head over now. I've put down all the stuff they need to build for now. Victory is all I know. From you? That's a fucking laugh. Okay, we got the rock bomb shards we need to make the sword now. I could conceivably make this sword for the entire army. That'd be frightening. Well, would you look at that? That must be the Hera Force's ship. Let's go and smash some stuff up. I have a man hidden on that ship. He may have valuable intelligence for us. I won't risk exposing him. The last thing we want is a pitched battle. We need to sneak in undetected and meet with him on board. What about that hill? You could use your windbreaker to glide down on the ship without anyone noticing. You know, I was kind of in the middle of doing that when you knocked us out of the sky to have this conversation. Arv, who are you, and what are you doing talking to me? One howl from either of us, and the whole of Hargon's army will be here in an instant. And that would be just as bad for me as it would be for you. I'm a deserter, you see. I just couldn't stand being cooped up in that ship. You want to know more about the ship of mine? It's just over there, the flagship of the Hera Force's fleet. If you want to head aboard, you have to be very, very sneaky. Once you've done whatever you come here to do, come back and see me, won't you? I might have a job for you myself. Okay, cool. Moving on. Alright, I made it on board. Now we just have to find my man on the inside. This is the worst. The worst! Alright, now let's hear what this fiend has to say for himself. I hate that stupid troll. He had to go and get himself killed, didn't he? Now we had to sail all the way to Moonbrook to finish what he couldn't. I mean, barely made it here at all. That stupid storm tore a huge hole in the stern of my poor ship. Grr, I hate storms. And then I find a horrible little human stowing away in my hold and have to throw them in the brig, and I just have it clean. I'm having a real dog of a day. Stowaway must be talking about my man who was stuck aboard. The poor fellow must have been found out. We must hurry. The monster said there was a hole in the back of the boat. We'll see if there's big enough to sneak through. This water's absolutely freezing. Really makes you feel alive, doesn't it? You certainly have some unique preferences. I'm so cold I can hardly feel my fingers. Humans, what are you doing here? It's only a slime. Don't worry, I'll wring his little neck and be done with it before he can tell anyone we're here. Sometimes don't have necks, you silly goose. Wait, is that you? Vanessa? Long slime no see. I think the stars are still alive. I was sure those ghastly beasts had caught you. This is Jeremiah. He's under my command, infiltrating the monster's forces. Alas, his mission is yet to bear fruit. What are you talking about? I've climbed the ranks faster than any slime in monster history, and the hold is tidier than ever now that I'm in charge of cleaning it. Whatever the case, we have no time to waste. We must find out what the Air Force weaknesses is before we are discovered. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Here, take this. It has served me very well over the years. A mod rod. Okay. I'll explain the particulars of how the mod rod works in good time. For now, I suggest you try using it. All should become really apparent. We look different. This is the power of the mod rod. As you can see, we can use it to disguise ourselves as monsters and roam freely through their midst. Wait, the slime that saved us from those monsters in Moonhand? That was you, wasn't it? When one is disguised as a monster, there are many things one can accomplish. You can draw near to the enemy, talk to them, learn their strengths, their weaknesses, their secrets. There are disadvantages, though. For one, it is nigh impossible to fight as a monster. Should the need for battle arise, we should do well to revert to our true forms. Well, let us head further into the ship and see if we can't find out some trick to defeating the Air Force. And let's not forget the poor soul trapped in the brig. We should see to releasing them the first chance we get. The cells are in the room beyond this door. We shall have to find the jailer and convince them to lend us the key. Monsters might just loosen their tongues if they think they're talking to their own kind. Get out of here, or you'll feel the full force of the Air Force's hair and force. Captain will be hopping mad if he sees you lot away from your post. Are you looking to end up inside a cell or something? Of course we are. We wouldn't be talking to you otherwise, would we? Now shut up and get out of the way, you dumb bunny. Please, let me handle this. Why are you whispering? You want to hop into the cell, have a look around, make sure it's dreary and depressing enough? That's nothing to be embarrassed about. Go on in, but no funny business, so you'll be stuck in there for good. More monsters, please. Please don't eat me, sob sniff. Oh, great and powerful Hargon, hear my prayer. Save me from this wretched fate. Best we could use the mod rod again to remove our disguise. That might speed up the conversation a little. Goodness gracious me, who in Hargon's name are you, and how did you get in here? Where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Hayden, a bard. I snuck onto the ship to look for food, but the monsters had other ideas. We're searching for a way to defeat them. You must have heard them talking while you've been in the cell. Did they mention any weakness they have? Anything we might be able to exploit? They're bound to have some sort of secret. Everyone does, but sadly my jailer is a tight-lipped sort. He never rabbits on about anything. If it's information you're after, the downtrodden and put upon are always the first to gossip. And a ship like this is bound to have dogs' bodies to spare. Maybe you could find one. Alright, then let's go. Before any monsters catch sight of us. If I stay here, I'll only end up as a monster's lunch. I'm coming with you, whether you like it or not. I haven't seen you around the ship before. You must be new here. So what if we are? Look, we just want to know what the Air Force... Please be quiet. Just leave this to me. Alright, Malroth, you're just bad at this. One of the werewolves has been making your life hell, and you want to know what their weakness is so you can get your own back? I like the cut of your jib, newbie. Unfortunately, I can't help you there. I might need someone who can, though. That poor Howie Yowie stuck on the afterdeck day after day would be more than happy to lend you a hand. Get up those stairs to the main deck, then out through the rear cabin onto the afterdeck, and you're sure to find him. Eek, eek, eek. Cool. If there's something I can help you with. Come on, the bats already have this shtick. Why do you have this shtick? There's a bear wolf who making life awful for you. You want to know his weakness so you can teach him a lesson? Listen, I mean, look big and nasty, but I'm not the type to nurse a grudge and seek revenge. Not like that scare wolf up on the forecastle. Perhaps you can ask him. He's the biggest, reddest, scariest chap on the whole ship. I'm gonna take this porthole with me. Hope you don't mind. I do damage in a 3x2 as this creature. There's more portholes there. Eh, not tall enough. You're new to the force, aren't you? How do you like the life in the big leagues? I hope you're committing plenty of evil deeds. This job is going to be a cakewalk. Those pathetics and humans in Moonbrook don't stand a chance against us. We can have all the fun we want. That's enough out of you. Just Malroth, shut up. You got some spirit, newbie. I like you, so I'll let you in a little secret. All of us in the Hair Force are covered in thick, shaggy fur. It keeps us safe in the storm, whether that's one of snow or one of swords. There's one big drawback: fire. If all that shaggy fur comes anywhere near flame, yeah, I told you. You learned more in one afternoon than I discovered in many long years living amongst these monsters. Really? You didn't notice that they were covered in hair? This information is very useful indeed. We have our inspiration. Our new magical weapon must harness the power of fire. Seems our mission here is complete. Let us return to Moonbrook Castle before our true identities are discovered. Sizz Snare. Oh, well, yeah, let's kill the furry monsters by setting their fur on fire. Who would have thought of that? Oh, it's you again. Not only did you make it on the ship, but you even managed to make it out alive, too. This calls for a celebration, and I've got just a thing for that. Some sponge cake. I could be convinced to part with it for a price. My stomach's really growling. I'm just dying for a good bit of meat. Fetch me 5 pieces, and I'd be happy to make a trade. You got the meat, haven't you? There's no fool in this nose. You want to trade it for the sponge cake? Yeah, sure. Enjoy the sponge cake. 5 slices of sponge cake. And now I know how to make sponge cake. It's a decorative item. Cool. Wonderful. I thought it was actual food. I got a dreadful sweet tooth. In fact, I've just got about 100 of them. I wonder how humans taste. Dude, we'll kill you. No, it is. Okay. You found out the Hero Force's weakness and you rescued Lord Jeremiah from the monster's midst? That's fantastic news. I heard that he went out for a walk and never came back. I would never guess that he'd been spying on the enemy this whole time. I've known the man since we were both in swaddling clothes. I never doubted for a second that he'd come back. Look, Lord Jeremiah went undercover long before you and Malroth arrived in Moonbrook. Now that we know the enemy's greatest weakness, his mission's finally complete. Tell me how the snares of yours work. You have considered that they can't merely belch scorching flames all around, I trust. The enemy would simply walk around them. You plan to put in place a mechanism whereby the fountains of fire only activate when the enemies step on a nearby switch? You really do think of everything. Yep. It's called a pressure plate. Pressure plate. Moonbrook Castle stands strong once more, but there used to be ruins here. Grandfather? Oh, Esther, my dear, sweet Esther, I'm so happy to see you alive and well. You're back. After all these years, you finally come. I thought this day would never come. The wisest man in the realm has returned to us. Moonbrook's revival proceeds apace, old friend, and with your wisdom it shall surely grow speedier still. Neither I nor my granddaughter have ever subscribed to the children of Hargon's fateful teachings. Let us join you and work together as builders. Goodness gracious me, hating the children of Hargon, becoming a builder? This old fellow must be out of his mind. Oh, Hargon, hear my song. If I'll still be true to you. If you trust in Hargon, you can't go wrong. Doody doo doo doo. I'm ears. What is this awful cacophony? Are you a monster in human form sitting here to drive us all mad? Jeremiah and Hayden move into Moonbrook Castle. And this 3-hour joining song just continues forever more and more. Die. Alright, now to hit up the... I need oil. I need to go kill slimes. I'm the ampersand. We need to make castle tiles. I need to make how many? 72. Time to go hunt down some slimes. Place is freezing. If I don't find fire some slime soon, I'll turn into a slimesicle. I want to kill you for your oil. Robots. Cool. Straight up ice. There's a lot of marble here. These are straight up fire creatures. I wonder what my fire sword will do to these fire creatures. 0 damage. Oh, wait, no. 999. Alright, cool. The windbreak attack did nothing. Ah. Oh. We got a. Wait, what? You got guts coming in here. I'm gonna splatter them all over the walls. Oh, okay. I fled. I guess I'm not supposed to be here yet. That must be like one of the other people's strongholds. I'm afraid we're not gonna leave here. Oh, what's a young lass like you doing all the way out here? Enjoying a bit of brutal, bloody combat, I take it? Well, war away. I spend my days collecting arms and armor from fallen soldiers, so the more war the merrier, if you ask me. Oh, so you're an arms dealer, hopefully, right? I'm always eager for more swords. Tell you what, if you bring me 5 copper swords, I'll give you 9 doses of Defuddle drops in return. I should have. Those 5 copper swords I see there, if you're willing to part with them, I can offer you 9 doses of Defuddle drops. Yeah, man. I don't even know what Defuddle drops are. Alright, that's my copper sword quota sorted. I might still be interested in training by you if you have any better weapons in mind. Okay. Out goes the war. I'm still on the lookout for second-hand swords. Digging in the dirt for dead men's belongings might not sound like fun, but it keeps me out of trouble. You happen to have 5 iron broadswords you'd be willing to part with. I'll pay you handsomely for them. 10 of the purest nuggets of gold. I'm actually carrying around a workbench, I think. So I can just make those real quick. Oh no, I need to make an anvil. Can I make an anvil with this thing? I cannot make an anvil. Okay. Oh, is this a dragon over here? Let's go fight this thing. This feels like taking on the dragons back in Neverwinter. Trying to solo that shit. That's mean. Yeah. Jeez. Okay. Do I have enough to make one more of these? Alright. Let's finish building this up. Alright, they're finally building. Alright. Yay, swords. Probably need those 10 nuggets of gold for something. Hey, enjoying the war today. I'm still out here searching for weapons. There's plenty that's still usable, nothing that's quite what I'm looking for. What I really like is a set of 5 steel broadswords. I can give you a Yggdrasil leaf. Okay. Here's a leaf. I think this should be more than enough for now. Thank you ever so much for your help. Well, Sam, what am I collecting all these weapons for? Call me a warrior, but I just can't sleep at night without an arsenal of deadly weapons close at hand. Oh, so you're American. And now that I've completed my collection, I can finally get 40 winks. You're a red-blooded redneck American. Got it. Can't really fault you for that logic. Who doesn't want to be surrounded by firearms that they own and have full control over? I'm trying to get acclimated to this freezing cold. Us hammerhoods don't have thick, shaggy fur, so we don't do well in these big blizzards. But I'm sure if I stick at it and keep coming back every day, I'll eventually grow a nice warm coat of wool like Powie Yowie. That's the only way to weather this weather. You have to have a fine coat of Powie Yowie fur all over. Okay. Or you could just walk through it until it stops. It does stop, right? There we go. And I'm through it. I only lost 20 health in the process. Greetings, life form. Please confirm assertion. This island is Crumbledune. Why or in? No. Moonbrook. Unexpected input. Recalculating. Dancing girl search procedure. Evaluating options. Relocation to alternative island suboptimal. Must find dancing girls on Moonbrook. Must find dancing girls on Moonbrook. You are life forms. Dancing girls also life forms. Can you transform into dancing girls? Scanning, scanning. Okay, so I need to put on a cottontail outfit for this guy. Cool. Um, I don't even think I'm allowed to build that here. Read. Sheila takes a closer look. What? Hmm. Seems to be a long handwritten memoir. Do you want to read it? Sure. Though I march until my legs cannot carry me any further, I still cannot seem to escape this hateful place. Moonbrook they call it, but it is not the land I knew. I woke in a strange facsimile of Meadenhall Castle and walked here from there, though what is truly here and what is truly there have become doubtful in my mind. The people believe in an order called the Children of Hargon, and though they have no homes over their heads, they have no interest in building to better their fate. I knew Moonbrook as a bright and beautiful place where a sunny smile sat on every face, not this land of fear, frost, and misfortune. Perhaps it was fate that I, a builder, should find myself stranded here. If so, then I accept my destiny, and shall set out on a journey to plant the seeds of creation far and wide across this world. I shall leave behind a log of my endeavors. I title it A New Dawn, little grandiose, but it is indeed my ambition to make these poor people see the light. I plan to leave behind a chapter in each land I visit on my journey in the hope that my work can inspire others who follow after me. Dear reader, if the idle musings of a lost and wandering builder serve to inspire even a little interest in the art of creation within you, then my work has not been for naught. The memoir ends there. The only things I can transform into right now are apparently Yetis and Hammerhoods. Do I just keep using it? Yetis, Slimes, Hammerhoods. How many times do I have to do this? How many times did you have to do it? I feel like I'm not progressed far enough to make this happen. I only just got the mod rod. What even gave you the idea to do this? I just keep switching between Hammerhood, Yeti, and Slime. Did you turn into a cottontail girl as like part of a story thing? Like were you trying to transform into monsters? Yeah. And did the people around you say anything about it? I haven't turned into a man either. Like I said, I only just got this thing. I'm pretty sure I have to at least go through a couple of missions that require me to use it. Gosh, Sheila, seeing the blueprint was one thing, but now that the Sizz snares are in place and the whole thing is complete, these defenses are downright inspiring. Next time the Hair Force come knocking, we'll be able to give them a jolly good walloping. I'm almost eager to see them try their luck. And yet, Anessa still refuses to see the light, even after witnessing everything you've done for her. She's always been stubborn so-and-so. Once she has her mind set on something, she will never change it. What were we going to use for so-and-so there? I cannot help but worry about her, but you needn't. Please don't hold her obstinacy against her. I'm a slime. So Jeremiah's alive, just as I long suspected. The sly old fucks had the whole of Moonbrook convinced he just up and disappeared. Still, the truth is even more impressive. On Anessa's orders, he dropped his whole life without a word of farewell and joined the enemy ranks. What a shining example of a soldier, but I shan't be outdone. I must put all my soldierly skills to work, too. Speaking of which, I have a splendid idea. I would have you invent something to aid us in the marshalling our troops. We must keep our forces from charging blindly into battle. Better to allow your magical traps to do their work than finish the enemy off when they're weakened. I've calculated where best to hold the line. Once you've invented some sort of signal, I'll pray place them in the two places I mark out. Okay. Okay, braziers. Make 2 braziers. God, Zook, Sheila, these watchfires are just the ticket. I'm gonna order food. Now our soldiers can muster by these torches. It's an excellent strategy, don't you think? Placing the watchfires behind the defenses. This way the enemy shall bear the full brunt of your strength sapping traps before our soldiers come charge forth from their positions to finish them off. Speaking of our soldiers, it may be merely my imagination. A couple men short, they may have simply deserted, but with all the talk of spies among us, I fear a more sinister fate may have befallen them. Perhaps I'm jumping to conclusions, but nonetheless, I suggest you keep your wits about you. Suggest. Hmm? His eyes went so wide. Gadzooks, what was that? I don't know, we're under attack probably. We got monsters closing in fast. Let's go kill them. I'm just firing at you from a position of impunity, boy. This is some classic Tucker's Cabold shit right here. Fools defeated by mere humans, you're not just embarrassing yourself, you're embarrassing me. No more monkeying around. If you want a job done, you have to do it yourself. Batman drill. You have wings. Shouldn't you, like, I don't know, be more useful? Anyway, my primary ballista is taking damage. Uh-oh. I think I singed my fur. Alright, they have broken through. It's time to pull them back into the primary battle line. To get them back into the traps. The Air Force cannot be defeated, not by the likes of you filthy, bald humans. You may have won the battle, but you won't win the war. Hargon's heroes will be victorious, erg. We did it. We beat the Air Force. Excellent work. Those snares you made worked like a dream. How about that, then? Good as new, if you ask me. You know, something's not right. I can still smell monsters about. Hargon preserves. Look, everyone over there. You never hit us from down there, pathetic humans. What do we do? I don't know, but you two have fire swords, so you better not die. Not so tough now, are you? You don't stand a chance against the almighty Air Force. They're here already? But our preparations are not ready for another battle. I was born ready. Come on, let's get them. Man, those guys had fire swords, and they died. Fucking jerkwads. Are they just gonna fly right over the wall? Oh, yep, they're above us. Where is the ladder to get up? Oh, there it is. I like how this guy's going straight for the throne. He's got his priorities straight. Took some doing, but we got them in the end. The flying trick is nasty. What else do you expect from the Air Force? We should have to rethink our defenses. They flew right over our cisterners, not to mention the Great Gate. It was hard enough just hitting them. We need a strategy to handle if they attack in mass. How can you talk in defensive strategy at a time like this? What are those two poor soldiers in front of the castle? They're dead. I checked, actually. I actually checked. These poor souls. None of us wish to witness death, but we are at war. People will die. These men were prepared to pay that for that price when they believed in. We all are. And Nessa, you don't even believe. They're never coming back. I don't want to die. We have to win, no matter what. Yeah, I'll give him a proper barrel. Let's learn from this tragedy. Let us add to our strength so that when the Air Force return, we are ready for them. Vengeance will be ours. Watch it, Sheila. You probably ain't even noticed me before with me not introducing myself or nothing, but we knows you alright. Knows you alright. Since we met you, we realize that the children of Hargon are a lot of rotters. We want to help you out in whatever way we can. That rotten Air Force robbed us 2 good soldiers, right? So we were thinking maybe we can make ourselves useful by learning how to fight, especially if Nessa trained us. She's so fierce looking, I can hardly muster up the courage to say hello, and let alone ask her for help. You and her are mates, yeah? Do us a favor, Sheila, and ask her to train us up, will you? Oh, Sheila, you looking as cheery as ever. Even among the horrors of war, you managed to keep a smile on your face. Well, what is it? The townspeople want me to train them into soldiers? Shane said they didn't ask me themselves. Well, I would gladly instruct anyone who's willing to join the war effort, but... Get in! Thanks for asking her, Sheila. Oh, and thanks for agreeing to train us on this, so you ain't gonna regret it. Don't rejoice just yet. I expect you to train as though your lives depend on it. One day they jolly well might. Let's begin with 100 laps of the castle grounds. This may take some time. In the meantime, I suggest you see the other townspeople. They may have requests of their own. Recent events have served as a stark reminder of the mercilessness of the monstrous forces and the true horror of death. I will not give in to this darkness. I will escape this bodily fate. Warwick lost his whole family to the monsters. His parents, his brothers, his sisters, all slain mercilessly. It's a little wonder that he's keener than any of us in this war. He hates death with a passion. If we hope to survive, let alone defeat them, then we must add to our strength. Will you ring the builder's bell one more time? When we hear that perfect peal, a will to build awakens in all of us and brings with it a flash of inspiration that we could sorely use to win ourselves more powerful magical weapons. Say the bell responds to the gratitude of your fellow townsfolk, yes? If you haven't the power just yet, be sure to ask people if they have any unrequited needs. I'm astonished at the repairs you've made of the Moonbrook Castle. The power of skilled builder is truly a wonder to behold. That being said, I'm certain you could make your home even greater. There's no need to be modest. I know you have it in you. If one our soldiers to have every advantage in battles to come, we must provide them with a well-stocked armory. All the room needs is a chest, 2 barricades, and 4 pieces of ornamental equipment of some description or another. The thought of those 2 noble warriors that gave their lives in heroic battle against the Air Force is too tragic to bear. But to die is the fate of all who live, just as all who are doomed to eventually grow hungry. Just listen to my rumbling stomach. Why do people need to eat? Why... fuck your singing. Which brings me to my request. I think it's about time we upgraded our cooking arrangements. You already built a castle kitchen, yes? I think it needs a big table to eat at. If you could put a crock pot and some cookery on the table, it would no longer be a mere kitchen. It would be a castle cafeteria. Our population grows and there's more mouths to feed, but our wise builder knows just what our kitchen needs. You built us an army. Now you needn't hand out swords to our soldiers one by one. You need to put them in the chest and everyone can help themselves. In this way, our army can quickly take advantage of all your advancements and armaments, providing you keep the chest and the armory well stocked. That's cool. Speaking of warfare, I know that builders aren't not born warriors. Do you not find the frenetic chaos of battle trying? Were I a builder, I would want to stay far from the fray. I would stand atop my walls and launch projectiles at my foes, even those in the air. An inviting prospect, is it not? Think upon this idea and be inspired. Am I finally going to learn how to make a bow? Nope. It's a fine idea if ever I heard one. I imagine you'll be needing some rock bomb shards to make them. You can obtain those from rock bombs that loiter around the docks when the Air Force moor their ship. You can use the boom balls just as I described them. Simply find a pleasant spot on the castle walls and rain destruction down on your enemies. Just be sure to build as many as you need before battle begins. I don't care about that. Oh, you can use literal oil while cooking. I think food's here. Are we under attack right now? Why do I have coup de grace as an option? Oh no, we're under attack by the Air Force. I finished my training. Whew. Normally I would have them do another 1,000 laps of the castle walls, but it wouldn't do for them to keel over dead before they've had a chance to prove themselves in battle. Hold on, I feel different. The townspeople turn into soldiers. Get in! Now we can fight like Anessa and Malroth do. They would take they would take Malroth as their role model. Your friend is strong, but he's no soldier. His recklessness is a hazard to all around him, his allies and enemies both. You say he means no malice by it, that he may have a bad temper, but he has a good heart? I understand your desire to defend your friend, but I have an army to lead. Malroth's mayhem is a distraction at best, at worst a threat. I sense something about that man. Whatever drives him to these excesses, I only hope that it does not bring calamity to Moonbrook. Alright, food's here. Alright. Okay, what I have to build the the dining area. Go ahead and knock that out now. She's up. Wait, what does the cafeteria require? Big table. Crock pot. Okay. Um... It's a buffet, not a cafeteria. Oh! Add this stuff into the same room. Okay, well, there isn't room for that, so let's just do that. Should all be one big room now. Oh, would you look at that? You took a plain and functional kitchen, turned it into a beautiful cafeteria that really whets the appetite. No doubt the townspeople will be inspired to use any ingredients they find in the chest to make all sorts of delicious foodstuffs. Of course, I myself would never dream of doing such a thing. It would be a mortal sin, strictly proscribed by the almighty Hargon. Speaking of Hargon, do you think it's true that one of his spies has infiltrated the castle? I hear fevered whisperings of treason and treachery, but what real harm has actually been done? If there is a traitor in their midst, they're not the most efficient fellow. But what if they are merely buying their time until one day? Oh, my mind runs wild with the possibilities. Any one of us could be the spy. What if it were Warwick? He's so noble and upstanding, almost suspiciously so. Or Zara. Something curiously unassuming about her. He might be a double agent turned by the monsters during his time among them. Cool. Don't be ridiculous. I may be a devout disciple of the children of Hargon, but espionage is not one of my many talents. Espionage is real easy whenever you have people this trusting. The castle's defenses are stronger than ever, and we're recruiting new soldiers by the day. Our preparations to defeat Hargon's army proceed apace, but I fear that some of our new recruits might need a little more combat training. I was wondering if you could build us a room to do our drills. Ornamental spears, target dummies, wood fortifications. I don't mind where you build our new training room so long as it gets built sooner rather than later. Yeah. We're gonna cut it there for now. I might stream some more later tonight. Assuming my game will let me save. Alright.